Thank you. Good morning. We'll call today's Housing, Urban Development, and Zoning Committee meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Present.
Vice Chair Sonier. Alderman Browning.
Present.
Alderman Aldridge. Chair Clark Hubbard.
Here.
Alderman Cone. Vice Chair Sonier. We have 5 present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. With that, I'll accept a motion to approve the minutes from Tuesday, October 29th, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
It was moved by Alderman Browning and seconded by Alderman Aldridge that we accept the minutes from Tuesday, October 29th, 2024. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Aye.
Vice Chair Sonier. Alderman Browning.
Aye.
Alderman Aldridge.
Aye.
Chair Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderman Cone. Vice Chair Sonier. We have 4 aye votes.
All right. Now we will move down to board bills for review. We're going to skip around out of respect for our colleagues. So since Alderman Aldridge is on the committee, we'll skip to item number 2, Board Bill 113. Alderman Narayan, you are recognized.
Is blinking. I don't think.
There we go. All right. Good morning. So Board Bill number 113 is a very simple bill regarding the short-term rental legislation that we passed, I guess, last session. This simply updates some definitions and then mirrors a provision that we put in on the floor. This harmonizes the language of the bill with the language that was approved by the Planning Commission. So you can see exciting updates like change from non-occupied short-term rentals to short-term rentals non-occupied. And there's various changes like that just to mirror what was approved by the Planning Commission. And then again, there's also when we were perfecting the bill, there was a kind of a compromise on the floor about conditional use hearing for short-term rentals in single-family A zones. This has that in it and mirrors the provision by the Planning Commission. I'm happy to address any questions anyone has. Otherwise, I'd ask for your favorable consideration.
All right, thank you. We'll start with committee questions. Has Alderman Cone joined us yet?
He's not online yet.
Okay. Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alderman. Is my mic? Can you all hear me? Okay, good. Thank you. I don't have any questions. I appreciate this update. I understand technical cleanup, and I appreciate that. It's always good to get that stuff right. So thank you.
Alderman Browning.
Thank you. Alderman Narayan, is the update to single family A because of the amendment that was put in place during perfection
Yes.
last
So we need, in order for it to be the most effective, we just need to mirror the language that the Planning Commission used. And Planning Commission put forward some bills that didn't exactly mirror the language. So this is just to go back and clean it up. It's easier to do it on this side than that side.
And so, if I recall from last year, we had Door Bill 33 and 34. 33 was the rules, or was that the zoning one, or was 34 the zoning one? I can't remember.
I can't remember off the top.
Either way, we updated one of them, but we needed to update both of them at the
Yes.
time, and we failed to do that. So we're coming back and doing that now.
Exactly.
Okay. That's my only question. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Alderman Aldridge.
No questions. Please add me as a co-sponsor, Madam Clerk.
Vice Chair Sanye.
I got to watch the planning commission meeting that actually answered all my questions, and it was spicier than I thought, actually, since it was, yeah, but I don't have any questions. It makes sense. I got everything I needed from that meeting, so I would just like to be added as co-sponsor as well.
So noted.
All right. I just want to make sure, did Alderman Cone join before we close it out? Okay. All right. Alderman Ryan, you're welcome to close.
I make a motion that we pass Board Bill 113 with the due pass recommendation.
Second.
All right.
Previous roll.
Objection.
We object.
Ann was not here. I mean, Alicia wasn't here.
Okay. It was motion by Vice Chair Sanye, seconded by Alderman Aldridge. With the call of previous roll that was objected. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Aye. Vice Chair Saunier. Aye. Alderman Browning.
Aye.
Alderman Aldridge.
Aye.
Chair Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderman Cone. We have 5 aye votes.
All right. Congratulations, Alderman Ryan. Thank you. All right. We will move right along. Alderwoman Boyd, are you ready? Okay. Alderwoman Boyd, you are recognized for Board Bill 120.
I have Board Bill 120. That's not one. I guess they've been a lot, so. And so I have, this has been a long experience for me because I've never done it before. So I want to publicly thank Darlene Green's office for walking me through this process. And it's to property for a development project. And so if anybody has any questions at this time, we do have a representative from Darlene's office that can answer those questions. But I'm asking for favorable consideration for land to go with this development for Young Voices.
All right. Thank you, Alderwoman Boyd. We can go ahead and have the speaker from the Comptroller's office, if you'd like for him to give us a little background as well. And I do see, I want to recognize Mr. Farrakhan Shigag here as well, if you want him to speak. Okay. Want to tell?
Mr. Bray, if you could turn on your mic. Mr. Ray, they're ready for you to speak.
Good morning, Mr. Ray.
Good morning. Board Bill 120, as the Alderwoman said, is not a typical side lot deal that you're used to. This is a development transaction that we're doing with SLDC. The instant property is adjacent to 2 lots, both of which are owned by LRA. Our lot is owned by the city of St. Louis in the middle and is currently covered with concrete like a parking lot. There are plans on the first lot, which they call the project, for a 2,800 square foot residential, retail, and office complex. The plans for what they call the new project at 5933 to the other side are a residential, commercial, and retail with parking. And what we've done here is come up with a price of $25,000 to convey the property, at which time the developer will get title to our property between the two in the middle, and he'll get possession. and then he has to construct the project as I defined it at 5949 to 55, and he has to have plans, financing, and a construction contract at the least for the project at 5933. The comptroller is going to approve that, and if that happens, then we will not exercise a reversionary interest. In other words, he's committed to getting the land immediately in the middle of the two LRA properties and beginning construction of the new project and completing construction of the old project to the satisfaction of the comptroller. Otherwise, the property that we're selling him for 25 grand will revert.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ray. Before I go into questions, can you please just state for the record your name and your title with the comptroller's office?
Okay, my name is Tom Ray, and I am with the firm of Armstrong Teasdale, who represents the comptroller. I'm not employed anymore by the city. I was for 30 years, but I retired 20 years ago and went to this law firm. So I represent the comptroller, but I am not an employee of the comptroller. Nodrick Tankins was the person doing this type of work for the comptroller's office. He left about 3 or 4 weeks ago. He was replaced, and that person is leaving tomorrow. So we will not have anybody immediately to do this work, but I'll continue on with it in the interim until she gets a replacement.
Thank you so much for your service, Mr. Ray. Alderwoman Swicer.
Thank you. I have a few questions. I appreciate the information from Mr. Ray. I'm trying to understand the lots that are already owned by Young Voices for Action, right there with Action, sorry, and which ones they're trying to buy. So you said they have adjacent LRA lots. Which properties, what are the addresses of the adjacent LRA lots?
The adjacent LRA lots are at 5949 to 55 Martin Luther King and 5933 Martin Luther King. So we're in the middle. The city property is in the middle, this concrete pad, and to the left and to the right are the LRA owned properties that he wants to construct on.
So say the addresses one more time for me. I'm trying to get like a visual here.
5949 to 55 Martin Luther King is the project under construction right now. Let's say that's
that they currently own.
Well, I don't know that. That's handled by SLDC and it's LRA owned, or I don't know where they are in the process of acquiring that title. I assume they have some interest in it because they're constructing on it. The new project, which I'll say is to the right of our city-owned property, is at 5933.
Okay.
We're at 5937 to 47, Martin Luther
that's
King.
that's what's in the bill. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You probably don't know this about what's going on at 5949 to 55, but they're receiving ARPA funds for that project?
I don't know.
Okay. Alderman Boyd said yes.
Several dollars into their project, that development project.
Uh-huh.
So they got ARPA dollars, and then they also got dollars from Congressman Cori Bush's office. So it was multi-levels of dollars that came toward their project.
Okay. Okay, I might have more questions, but I'll let my colleagues ask. Thanks for your time.
Alderman Browning.
Thank you. Just looking at this a map here, and I did just look it up. 5955 is owned by Young Voices with Action. So I don't really have a problem with multiple sources of money coming through to help this get done. I mean, I think if you've taken a walk in Wells Goodfellow, we know that almost anything that happens in Wells Goodfellow is good. There's too much vacant land up there. I guess my only question is, so 5937, if they're building on 5955, is 5937, is that what's being planned to use for parking, or what is the lot that we're selling today planned to be used for?
Well, 5937 to 47 right now is a parking lot. I don't know what plans beyond that they have for that particular lot. I just know it to the right and the left.
Okay, I'm a little uncomfortable not knowing what the plan is at all. And do we know who owns the giant parking lot just to the north at 5918 through 5958 Theodosia?
I do not know that.
Okay.
I think though, Alderman Bryan, I'm sorry for interrupting, but those questions by Mr. Shigog when he comes up.
Okay.
Better than Mr. Ray.
We'll wait for that then. Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Alderman Aldridge.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Just to be clear, Mr. Ray, I want to make sure I heard you right. So you are not representing the comptroller's office. I guess there's no employee to do what we're doing today. You're representing a law firm.
Well, the word representation, I think we've got two meanings for. I am with the law firm of Armstrong Teasdale, who has an agreement with the comptroller's office for legal representation on this matter. But I am not an employee of the city anymore.
Okay. How, well, I guess when you was an employee of the city, is these type of ways of giving property from the city to individuals, I guess, common through legislation?
Yes. What I said in the beginning, this is not your normal side lot. Normally what we have are a situation where you or I, as the owner of a piece of property, have a property next door that was torn down, burned down, whatever, and we maintain it, and then we applied to, because we're cutting the grass and we're putting flowers on it, making it a nice park or something like that. So we can buy that property from the city for a couple $100. This is not anywhere like that. It's a complete different deal. It's a development matter that we just got intertwined with SLDC on, having owned the property in the middle of these two LRN properties that are under consideration, one for future development, one right now.
Gotcha. And just to go on record, I want to first say, when it comes to the work Mr. Farrakhan Shigog does in Young Voices with Action, I've definitely been on the front lines. I think y'all do some really amazing work in the city. As a new alder, we've seen at least, I think this is a third iteration of a bill like this. Is why I have questions. I think the week before it was a lot for $5, and now we're doing like an agreement now with this bill, which is totally different to your own merit, of another like slab of lot, I guess, is between the agreement between you and the comptroller, but coming through the board. So it's just a little unusual and to see these pieces, but I'll hold off because I know you're going to be speaking soon.
Vice Chair Sanye.
Thank you. I would absolutely echo the comments of Alderman Aldridge. I've seen the work that Young Voices with Action does. I think it's amazing. I would also raise a flag to us as a committee and to the comptroller's office, since we are seeing this repeatedly. I would love to have more information on when is this an option, so that we can make sure that everybody is getting equal access to this, because I don't see a clear, and it could be me, you know, I am new and I think this is the second or third time I've seen it, but I think it might be helpful from the comptroller's office to see what are the circumstances in which you consider these types of offers or these types of projects, so that we can be mindful in our wards that we represent where it might be helpful, and also just make sure that we're applying a consistent criteria and expectations for this sort of process.
Thank you. All right, that's a great caveat then. Alderwoman Boyd, did you want to say anything else, or you want to bring him right? Okay. Mr. Farrakhan Shigog, can you raise your right hand? Let's Swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. If you can announce your name and your full title and then go into your presentation.
Absolutely. Farrakhan Shagag. I serve as president and CEO of Young Voices with Action.
And feel free to give us any kind of background or context on the project and where we are to how we got to where we are today, and then up for questions.
Absolutely. First off, I want to thank our bill sponsor, Alderwoman Boyd, who have been supportive of this project since she encompassed this newly merged ward, and we're just thankful for her for helping to get to this legislative point. Young Voices with Action, we have been in the community, in the St. Louis community for the last 10 years, actually since 2012, actually. But this is the 10th year, 2025 will be the 10th year that we have hosted the Black Wall Street Festival on Martin Luther King. We are a group of young people from the neighborhood, from St. Louis City, from St. Louis County, as well as from East St. Louis, Illinois. And the ones that are particularly involved in this project are young people from the neighborhoods of Wells Goodfellow, Hamilton Heights, and also across the city limit, including St. Louis County in the city of Wellston. As a person that grew up in the Wells Goodfellow neighborhood on the 1400 block of Byrd, I used to walk from Ridge and Byrd, crossing Wells, crossing Wells, Martin Luther King, Cole Brilliant, and Lotus, walking to Stowe Middle School every day for 7th and 8th grade. I was located between two schools, Ford Elementary and Stowe Middle School. Now, if you drive through that neighborhood now, both of those schools are now closed, they're shuttered, they're vacant, they're gated around. And on my way to school every day, I used to always ask myself, well, how can we be a part of the neighborhood growth? How can we be a part of the neighborhood development? It was at that point that I decided upon myself that when I graduated high school, that I would move and go out of town for my college education in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And while in Tulsa, Oklahoma, I went to Spartan College of Aeronautics and Technology, where I gained my aviation and technology degree. And also while in Tulsa, that was the first time that I had first learned about the massacre and the devastation of the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre in Tulsa, Oklahoma, which destroyed the Black Wall Street community down in Tulsa. And from that inspiration and from that motivation, when I completed and I graduated college, I decided to move back to St. Louis. Now, when I moved back to St. Louis, committee members, I had 3 goals in mind. One was to buy my mom her first house, to put my 2 baby sisters through college, and then thirdly, to finally buy my house. Once I did those 3 things, and mind y'all, Alderwoman Boyd, at 26, 27 years old, I was in a very lucrative career field. And I was at 26 to 27 years old, I was able to make at least about close to 97,000 a year. And imagine being that young, fresh out of high school, with a lucrative career where you on demand, every aviation company from Sikorsky, from Boeing, from Lockheed Martin, from Lufthansa, from the oil and gas field calling you and, hey, I need you to travel to here, come do this inspection, to come do this certification. And it was a blessing. And that was how I was able to start focusing on wealth building for not just myself, but also taking into a holistic approach and bringing it to the community. So when I moved back to St. Louis, I linked up, connected with friends from high school who also came back to St. Louis from college. And we said, you know what? What we need to do is that we need to be more productive. We need to be more positive, and we need to begin to set an example of other young people like us, that St. Louis is not a place that doesn't embrace young people. St. Louis is not a place that embraces the visionary of young leaders and things like that. That's why I'm so grateful for Alderwoman Boyd. And we decided to band together, and what we did was we purchased our first house. We purchased our first house literally on the 5300 block of Lotus, right at Union and Lotus. And we successfully rehabbed that house. We successfully moved a family in that house. And we said, oh, well, if we can be successful at this, then how about all of these other vacant owned properties that we see in our neighborhood that are burnt out, that are vacant and things of that nature? And so we kind of transitioned and we said to ourselves, you know what? The Wellston Loop community needs some energy. It needs some excitement. It needs a new wave of visionary individuals from this community to lead it from the ashes up to glory. Now, for those of y'all who are twice my age, maybe triple, maybe quadruple my age, the Wellston Loop used to thrive. The Wellston Loop used to look like what Delmar Loop looked like today, what South Grand looked like today, used to be a thriving, bustling economic corridor. And now, historically, have always been associated with all types of drug use, all types of nuisance activity, illegal dumping, and things of that nature. And so we decided upon ourselves to position ourselves that we wanted to build a mixed-use development project on this corridor that we believe will be a catalyst for economic development and economic improvement in that corridor. There are multiple business owners in that area that have presented and have discussed doing some projects and some initiatives in that area to help revitalize it. But I believe that we're probably one of the only projects that primarily have the funding necessary to get a project successfully off the ground, and that is a shovel-ready project. So far in our efforts, we've been able to secure roughly over $8 million from federal funding, from state funding, and also from private funding as well to ensure that this project happen. The only reason of why we are petitioning for 5937, which is the lot owned by the comptroller, is because we found out that there's an alley between Martin Luther King and Theodosia, and that alley is a red brick alley, and the alley was revealed to be too narrow because we were going to use that public alley as access to the parking for the residential units. But when our architects and when our civil designs went over the alley, laid it out, they had low-hanging power lines, sewer lateral was broken, complete alley needed to be redone. And versus putting that on the capital, but the ward capital budget, we said that, okay, well, we can save that down the line, but if we purchase this lot from the comptroller office, we will be able to have on-site, off-street parking to accommodate the residential units. And that was when at that point, we didn't know that it was owned by the comptroller's office. We thought it was owned by the treasurer's office. So we called the treasurer's office trying to get a hold of them. They said they didn't own it. We called LRA. They said they didn't own it. But then we found out that it was the comptroller's office. So we immediately contacted them, shared our proposal with them, and asked them if they would be willing to sell this lot for us so that our project can continue. And to this point, we're just excited about it. And we look forward to the necessary support so that this project can go forward. We're looking to have 18 residential apartments, 3 commercial units. We're seeking to bring some retail businesses to the area, including possible pharmacies, including possible sit-down, family-owned restaurants as well. And as Alderwoman Boyd may have shared earlier, our foot presence and our engagement and our relationship to this community is more than just business. It's personal. It's personal because we knock on every single door in Wells Goodfellow and Hamilton Heights between St. Louis Avenue going all the way down to Goodfellow. And we ensure that individuals is aware of what we're doing, ensure that they are involved in what we're doing, and making sure that community people have a place with these types of developments that's taking place in their communities. And so we have been strong at that, and we have prioritized that. And I hope that this board bill will be favorable in this committee's eyes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shigag, and thank you, Alderwoman Boyd. Wow, what a time to be able to be a catalyst for this kind of change right there on that corridor that we need now more than ever. And I'll just be honest, the face of it is very inspiring. The story is even more inspiring. The fact that you and your friends, the commitment to want to give back and come back when it sounds like all of you all were in a position to go on with your lives and not look back at all. So I'm going to personally thank you for that and for the not only inspiration, but the hope that stories like that provide for our neighborhoods and our communities here across the city. We'll start with questions. I hate to, Alderman Cone, yeah, okay. Alderwoman Slicer.
Thank you so much for that information. It really helps out to kind of understand the full picture of a project and why something's coming in front of us. I think there was some confusion on my end on like what you already had ownership of and what you didn't, but you did purchase some property from LRA. When was that? The one that you're actually building on?
So we own 5949 through 5955 Martin
Right.
Luther King, and then 5937, the comptroller's office.
To 47.
And there's a green parcel adjacent to that, which is LRA. And then the building 5927 is we own that building also.
Okay, and you already have a building on which of these pieces?
5927 is a
Okay.
vacant old building. So we're
Okay, which you didn't build or haven't worked on yet?
no, not yet. That's phase
Okay.
2.
Interesting,
We're
cool.
building, so we are anticipating future development. We are anticipating that when we're successful with our first development project, that we're able to continue into phase 2. This building is only phase 1.
Okay, and with the property that you're building on now, have you already broken ground on it? You mentioned $8 million capital, but how much of that is coming already?
So as of right now, we raised close to $9 million.
Okay.
Correct me. Let me make that correction. And we are securing additional private and also public funding. We're constantly securing trying to secure more money, because of those of you all who are familiar with construction, the more that we wait, the more that the construction cost goes up and increases. So what we're trying to do is that we're trying to raise this last piece of funding so that we can be able to financially close on all of our deals, all of our financial deals. And with this financial commitment that we have from Congress, from the Missouri Department of Economic Development, and also from our private funders, we're trying to close that gap by the year end.
Yeah, okay. That's really interesting. It's always, I really enjoy learning the different ways projects like this come together with what the capital stack looks like and how you make it work, because you are a 501c3, is that right?
501c3.
Okay. And have you all had any interactions on the property you own with the city in terms of inspections already or anything like that? Or just all of that's kind of in progress waiting for the final bit?
So the parcel 5937, we haven't did anything yet except did a topography survey.
And because you're buying though. Yeah.
That's the one that
We're trying to buy, yeah.
But 5949 and 5955 that we currently own, we have completed all of our surveys. We have our engineers went on site. They studied all of the utilities. They studied the stormwater. They studied everything from a civil engineering perspective. But again, the lot, it is a vacant lot, so there's no structure on it as of yet. And we passed the HUD Environmental Review Assessment.
Great.
We passed the SLDC Environmental Review Assessment, and this was done back in 2022. So if you allow me, this project, we have been planning this project since pre-pandemic, since 2019.
Wow.
When the pandemic hit, that completely, literally, we should be occupying this building pre-pandemic.
Sure.
Honestly, but when the pandemic hit, everything froze up. We had team members that was instrumental in our grant writing and on our fundraising that passed from COVID. So it's like we completely had to start over from scratch. And then we had the political transitioning, and we like, my God, we don't know if this is going to make it through all of the environmental changes. But I'm grateful that we're here at this point.
Okay. Well, thank you for answering my questions.
Absolutely.
Alderman Aldridge. I'm sorry, you're right. Alderman Browning, I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. Thank you so much. So just looking up, I answered my own question about who owns the giant lot to the north, and it is the city. And perhaps I missed it, but could you just say again what you're planning on doing with 5937?
5937, which is the parcel that is on you all's agenda today, is it's currently a parking lot now, but it will be a parking lot that's going to be specifically for the commercial space of the mixed-use development project. And then we have behind the building, we have the parking for the residential units. So it will basically be used for additional off-street parking.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I think that this is the type of thing we're trying to make happen. The Martin Luther King Boulevard corridor there is essential for the surrounding neighborhoods, and I think you've done a great job of kind of laying out the history of. So I appreciate that, and I have no more questions.
Thank you.
Now, Alderman Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for coming today, Farrakhan, and telling that story and actually explaining what the project was. Because to be honest, I was on the fence of supporting it today, but I think you actually clearing up the record between. I know there was a little bit confusion from what Mr. Ray was saying and what you actually explained today of what the actual project is helpful when we make these votes on. Again, something nuanced of selling land through the comptroller's office. So your testimony is what moved me from everything that was presented today. So thank you.
If you don't mind, Madam Chair, I gotta take this moment to at least express gratitude to the staff at the comptroller's office. Because number one, we started with 2 other staff members. Ray, I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting or had any conversations, but good to know that you're part of this team. But Craig and Mr. Nodrick, who was there originally, who helped initiate this process, they have been just very responsive to us, and I just wanted to thank them for just having an open line of communication as well.
Thank you, Mr. Shigog.
You're welcome, Alderman Aldridge.
All right. Vice Chair Sanye.
No questions.
Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you, Chairwoman Clark Hubbard. I just talked with the sponsor briefly about this. I think the reason why some of us have expressed some confusion here is because it's written in the bill that 5949 and 5555 Dr. Martin Luther King are currently owned by the LRA, and you currently own them.
Yep.
So it's just a correction that's needed in the bill, which is why we're all so confused.
Okay.
If the sponsor would allow for that to be a friendly amendment, or would we hear something to make that amendment?
And I think it was because how long ago we were
This
working
bill
on-
started.
Yeah.
All right.
So I think that's what happened. So if we could do a friendly amendment, I would appreciate it.
Okay. Is it best for me just to get an email to the clerk with that language, or would you like an actual official amendment?
I can send him an email.
Okay.
Thank you, Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Of course.
Absolutely. Anyone else have any? Or so what are we going to do the friendly, just go move forward with the friendly amendment?
I apologize for my lack of knowledge here, and I would defer to you and the clerk with whether or not this is sufficient enough for a friendly, whether this change, just noting who it's actually owned by, if that's a substantive change. It feels like just a misspeak based on how long the bill's been perhaps in front of us,
Absolutely.
or the topic. But I do think we need to get that right. So I'm happy to prepare quickly a friendly amendment, but it would take me a few. I just noticed this now, so if I need to
All right.
prepare something.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. This is definitely showing our commitment
Yeah, always
to this project and to this work. So, just for clarity for people that are watching, there was a clerical error here in this in Board Bill 20 that we are now getting ready to, just to be on the safe side, instead of just speaking a friendly amendment, go ahead. Thanks to Alderwoman Schweitzer and her legislative assistant, prepare an amendment to be introduced to this board bill. I guess while we're doing that, Madam Clerk, were there any speakers on this, any additional speakers or public comments on this bill?
We do have speakers.
Okay, we can go ahead and go through with them. Are they online in the room?
We have one person, Nick Hartzler, in support. I'm sorry. Not 120. We have two online. I'll move them both over.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna, okay. Okay, if you can have them turn their cameras on and we'll go ahead and swear them in.
I have Ms. Greer and Mr. Neal.
Okay. Ms. Greer and Mr. Neal, if you can both turn your cameras on and raise your right hand, I'm gonna swear both of you all in at the same time. That way we can just move forward. Do you all swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much. You may proceed. Ms. Greer.
Okay, thank you, everyone. My name is Karen Greer with Angels Within CDS LLC. I am part of the North St. Louis Small Business Coalition that we have been fighting SLDC and the mayor regarding the ARPA funds. I have been in business this year for 20 years in the city of St. Louis. I have paid my taxes. I've paid my dues to the community. I also have a business plan that's similar to Mr. Farrakhan Shigog with Young Voices in Action. However, I was unsuccessful in receiving funds because I had to compete with a large entity like Young Voices with Action, with ties to Urban League and ties to the mayor. I'm against this proposal because they are taking from the small businesses that are located in North St. Louis community. The ARPA funds that was applied for and received from the city of St. Louis that SLDC is dispersing should have went to North City, to the underserved communities. We should not have been competing against the larger nonprofit entities that took 1 million for this particular property, and I didn't receive anything. I've been in business longer than this guy been out doing his job in the community. He was in college while I was still working in this community, paying my tithes and my taxes to this community. I own a block, just like he's trying to obtain. I paid for it out of my pocket. I didn't obtain any financing. I put over $500,000 of my own red cents into this community. I got sweat equity involved. And to tell me that I don't deserve anything and this man does makes me feel like I have been discriminated against. I have a project that I sat down. Neil and Lance came to my business and my project just to see what I'm doing. As a matter of fact, I have not only the block, but I have a house that I am in right now, which I have, I'm gonna turn my camera around. I have site control. I live right across the street from the block that I'm developing. I don't know how to turn this camera around, maybe you see. Better yet, make it simple for you. Okay, so I'm gonna turn this around. I don't know if you all can see, but I have site control. That whole block that's across the street with 2 commercial buildings. One is a 3-story, 2-storefront building, but I plan on putting a restaurant that's where I am in a food desert. The other one is shared office space. The other one is a home health care that I'm actually operating and that I apply for those funds for. I have a garden that is in the back of my building that I give fresh produce away to this community. So to tell me that all my hard work doesn't mean anything after 20 years this month being in business, this is the anniversary of me being in business in the city of St. Louis, and this is the thanks that I get, is to turn your back on people like me that is a small business, that's a staple in this community. I'm a stakeholder. He deserves more than I do. I feel like that's preferential treatment and clear discrimination. And I feel like this should not be funded. This is an $11 million project that is taking money out of the hands of the Black communities, which
Ms. Greer,
this should
that's your
happen.
time.
And I'm begging you all to stop this from happening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Greer. Just for clarity for the public that's watching, this board bill that we are legislating today does not fund this project. Thank you again, Ms. Greer. Mr. Demetrius?
How you doing, ma'am? Thanks for having me. I would like to say thank everybody for allowing me to come on today and speak. I appreciate your time and your efforts in, having this conversation to pass Bill BB 120. I have been involved with Young Voices of Action and have been a close friend with Farrakhan for a long time. He's one of my fraternity brothers. I have seen the work firsthand with me and him side by side. We are doing in the community and how we are changing the lives of young adults, young teenage men who don't have an influence or have anyone to make an impact in their life. I am a father myself of two great young ladies, 13 and 15, and I understand the impact of having a adult male that is doing things in the community in your life to show you what's right and what's wrong. I think if you guys support this bill, it will continue the mission of taking young adult males who may turn to the streets or turn to gangs or turn to violence or criminal activities. You can put them in our hands and we can show them the way on doing things the right way. I am also a business owner of St. Louis, Missouri, city of St. Louis. I have 3 businesses that reside in the city of St. Louis. So I hope you guys find it in your heart as you hear me speak, as you hear Farrakhan speak, as you hear Alderman Boyd speak, that we are dedicated to the community of Wellston and we are dedicated in changing the young man's life that we impact on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you so much, Mr. Demetrius. All right,
Thank
did
you.
we? Oh, no problem. Thank you for being here. Did we have any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
We have no more speakers.
Okay. Do we have any additional questions from the committee while we're wrapping up again on amendment? We're about 2 minutes away. Oh, we have, okay. If you can sign up over here.
We have Jerry Christmas.
You can come on up.
Trying to find,
Mr. Christmas.
trying to follow protocol.
Yes, Mr. Christmas, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Always. Thank you for being here. Can you state your name and then go forward with your comment?
My name is Gerald Christmas, and I serve on the board with Young Voices with Action with Brother Farrakhan Shagag. And I'm coming here today in support of this bill and the achievements that he's made. I work with him on a regular basis, and I truly feel blessed that I'm able to do that because he's such an inspiration and he has so much energy. And you know, when you're around somebody that has energy like that, then you build off of that energy and you feed off of that energy, as opposed to, you know, day to day, if you have to deal with negative people or people who are not bringing energy or not bringing you positive energy. And Farrakhan is always bringing you positive energy. And then that's what he's doing with these young men out here. Because we have some serious problems out here in the community, especially in North St. Louis and the areas that he's focusing on with young black men. And this is the kind of guidance and mentorship that they need. And he does it at an early age. See, you have to get to these people at an early age. You know, it's hard to turn somebody, you know, to redevelop an adult man. But when you're dealing with a young man, a child, you know, the earlier we get to them, the better. The more success we have with making this a better city, to making it a safer environment for all of us to live in. Because we have a personal responsibility to make our communities safe and decent places to live. And that's what Young Voices with Action believes in. They believe in training these young men. They believe with working hard with them. And we need to move legislation like this forward and not get caught up in the weeds. and be focused on what's going to be most important for our community, what's going to be most important for our city, because we really have to work hard to turn our city around and move our city forward. So I just ask that you support this measure, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Christmas.
Hey, Alderwoman, we have one more person online who would like to speak.
If they can turn their camera on, we can get them sworn in. Right.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me now?
Yes,
Yes.
Mr. Stevens, if you can raise your right hand.
Sure,
You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please proceed.
I just wanted to add a little different commentary here. I'm with the architecture team that's working with Farrakhan on the project, and just point out that this lot we're discussing is critical in the nature of the circulation of the site. We cannot access the parking lot of the project off of the alley because the alley is no longer a functioning alley. If the alley were a functioning alley and paved and like other alleys in the city, that would be the way to access our parking. But since it is not, and since there are no plans to improve it, we need this lot next door in order to be able to even access where we're going to have parking for the site. So I just wanted to kind of put that in perspective for everyone. It is a critical circulation piece.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stevens.
Mhm.
It's helpful.
We have no more speakers.
Okay. All right, with that, we'll bring back up the sponsor. See if you had any remarks while we are working with the amendment
Yes.
that's in the drive. Okay. I'll make a motion. Alderwoman Slicer.
Thank you so much. We have an amendment that is getting to drive as we speak, two of them. One is an amendment in the summary, striking out the words 5949 and 5955, Dr. Martin Luther King, St. Louis, ... currently owned by the Land Reutilization Authority of the City of St. Louis, and insert lieu of the following words and figures: 5949 and 5955 Dr. Martin Luther King Drive, St. Louis, Missouri 63112, and then in parentheses, previously owned by the Land Reutilization Authority of the City of St. Louis and sold to Young Voices with Action August 29th, 2024, just to specify. So if all right with Madam Chairwoman, and all right with members of the committee, I would make a motion to adopt amendment number 1 to Board Bill number 120.
Second.
The motion was made by Alderwoman Slicer and seconded by Alderman Browning that we accept amendment number 1.
Previous roll.
Previous roll, no objection. So we are now have in front of us Board Bill 120 as amended.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And I have now amendment number 2, which does the very same thing, just in the whereas clauses, where it notes that the property was previously owned by the LRA and sold August 29th, 2024. So I appreciate your time just making these changes so that the bill makes sense in this day and time. And would make a motion to adopt amendment number 2 to Board Bill number 120 as amended.
Second. Previous roll.
The motion was made by Alderwoman Slicer and seconded by Alderman Browning with the previous roll to accept amendment 2. So thank you. We now have Board Bill 120 as amended before us, and Madam Alderwoman Boyd, you're welcome to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee. Alderwoman Schweitzer and Browning, thank you all so much and your LAs for helping change that over. And then 2, I just wanted to say, I think what Young Voices is doing is what we have been talking about for years. And when I got those neighborhoods, it was an eye-opener for me. And so what I respect about Farrakhan is when I got elected, he reached out to me immediately to let me know what was going on. And people of his age group, they don't normally do that. And so I respect him to the utmost because he's very respectful and he honors people where they are. And he tries to make sure that he condones and listens to what issues are. But something my husband said years ago, and I never even thought about it. And he said, have you noticed any street that says Dr. Martin Luther King is a mess? He said, why? This man died for us and fought for us to have rights in our communities. And this is what we think of him, as a person that fought for us as people. So I look at Farrakhan, and he'll probably laugh, as that Dr. Martin Luther King. I don't want nothing to happen to him. I'm just saying, but he is fighting to uplift Dr. Martin Luther King's name. And so people need to understand it's not always easy in our community when we try to rebuild or revitalize and put hope back in there. Because we have a lot of people that are continuously putting their knee on our neck. And so Farrakhan did not let them keep the knee down, and he kept pushing. So I respect him for that. And so I'm asking for favorable consideration of Board Bill as amended 120. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee. In honor of the work that I know Young Voices do is a reason that I'll be making this motion, but I would like to not only be added as a sponsor to this bill, but I would ask that it be embanked.
Second. Curious roll.
Motion was made by Alderman Aldridge, seconded by Chair Clark Hubbard to have this Board Bill 120 as amended moved in bank with the previous roll. So now what that means is that all of us as committee members here have also added our name in consensus to the mission and the vision of this project. So thank you so much.
Excuse me, who requested previous roll?
I did.
Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you.
Damn, they showing up.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I'll accept the motion.
I move that we pass Board Bill 120 as amended out of committee with the do pass recommendation.
Second, previous row.
It was moved by Alderman Browning and seconded by Alderman Aldridge that we pass Board Bill 120 as amended out with the do pass recommendation and call for previous roll with no objection. Congratulations, Alderwoman Boyd, and congratulations, Mr. Shigag. All right, we'll move forward now. Alderman Aldridge, you are recognized on Board Bill 102.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee. Today, I would like to present to the HUD's Committee Board Bill 102. This would be establishing a new SID in the downtown St. Louis community, which majority of this SID will be doing some overlap, but what I really appreciate about the spirit of this SID is actually going a little bit more further north of downtown. A lot of time in the downtown area, we continue to say downtown west or downtown, but we forget about our community members that is kind of north of downtown. I have some speakers here that will speak. I will mention that this SID is not necessarily the typical timeline of asking for like a 10 or 15 years. It will consolidate at 7 years, and it is looking to do different resources and different items from the current SID that is the downtown area. And I have two expert witnesses that would also be able to talk more about the process of the SID and some of the ideas that they would like to do with this new SID that does overlap in the downtown area.
Thank you, Alderman Aldridge. If you both want to come up, I can swear you guys both in. Okay. I can swear you in. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, please state your name, your affiliation, and then you may proceed.
Thank you. My name is Nick Hartzler. I'm with Steadfast City Economic and Community Partners, and also I'm a proud constituent of the Lucky First Ward for Alderwoman Schweitzer. We've been engaged by the group of property owners really driving this effort to create the Downtown North STL Community Improvement District to help see the legislation through the process. Just to speak a little bit briefly on it, why this new SID is needed. As Alderman Aldridge stated, it's really focused on the Washington Avenue business corridor, which has been in decline for some time now, almost 15 years. Due to its mixed-use nature, it's a 24/7 district. It's got residential, offices, retail, restaurants. It really needs intense, unique services to help it thrive. Bring it back to what we all want it to be as a thriving corridor. And the services that this group believes it needs are just currently not in the purview and scope of what the existing downtown SID is providing. And so that's why we are wanting to create this dedicated fund through this new SID to help really bring this corridor back rather than take away revenue from other parts of the city. So what some of the goals that this SID seeks to implement or to improve are, generally speaking, security, infrastructure, and economic development, but all coinciding within, working in tandem side by side, but not typically what is usually thought of when we think of adding security. The existing SID currently hires secondary police patrols. What this SID seeks to do, as from a safety standpoint, infrastructure standpoint, is recognizing the benefit that more eyes on the street, more feet on the street, really is the best way for improving safety within a community. Basically, we want residents and visitors to feel safe walking down the street, whether that's through improvements to the streetscape, creating more patios and sidewalk cafes, activating more ground floor retail, and implementing traffic calming measures that also just make cars slow down when they're going down here, so people don't feel in danger when they're walking through the corridor. How they hope to accomplish these goals, as the alderman stated, it's going to be an overlay district, so it will overlay part of the existing downtown SID, but it is a tighter geography that really focuses on the north side of downtown, with the focus being on Washington Avenue. Additionally, it would be a 7-year SID. That is intentional. It would expire when the existing SID also is set to expire, knowing that when these two come up, if they both seek to extend their term, they both would have to come forward before this committee once again. And hopefully that actually drives more cooperation and seeking to work together for enhancing downtown altogether. They would seek to hire an executive director that would really drive the efforts of the SID. Some of those efforts would be implementing a lighting study for the very prominent architecture that is on Washington Avenue, and seeking to give the current building owners the tools needed to improve the lighting on their building, improve the elements of Washington Avenue. Also focus on nuisance properties. We all know how troublesome some troubled properties can be, specifically around short-term rentals, and to really be able to help the city with the enforcement of its new short-term rental laws. This executive director would be the central point of contact to know for all residents and building owners on this corridor that they are keeping their eye on which properties are currently problems. It would support additional traffic calming measures. Property owners are already very engaged with the efforts ongoing with the city that are in partnership with Greater St. Louis. This just expands on that. Potentially with the addition of, should funds become available, the addition of gates on Washington Avenue to create certain pedestrian plazas at certain key points of time. And again, just economic development, wanting businesses to feel they can open up on this corridor, really activating ground floor retail. The SID is formed to be fully transparent open and accountable. That is, by its nature, it's in the petition, it's in its underlying guidelines that it wants to be held accountable to the community. That's also why it's a 7-year term. It's set that should residents not feel that they're not committing to what they've promised now, 7 years is not long away. So that is kind of in its foundation. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions the committee has on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alderwoman Schweitzer?
Thank you so much. It's always wonderful to see you, Mr. Hartzler. Thank you for being here. Thank you for talking to me about this as well. I am interested in a little bit more of the background of, just for anyone watching or about how a SID, the process that this group went through to get all the signatures needed. I know there's a lot of community input before you're ever at this point. So if you could just speak a little bit to that process and getting here.
Absolutely. So I would say the effort was really driven by a few key property owners within the district. John Berglund, who represents the Starwood Group. They have the Post Building, Steve Stone with the Globe Building. And these are also not accidentally the parties that are behind the North of Washington Innovation District. That really these two efforts are going hand in hand to promote this area, promote this innovation district. So they wanted to get out there, wanted to know that the property owners in this district were supportive of this, and I think the overwhelming response, as seen by our petition results, was that everyone was. I would say they have the support of the condo associations. While we don't necessarily have all of the property owners that are within these condos, just because there are so many of them, that is kind of a burden. We do have the support of the associations. So that kind of shows that not only are the bigger properties engaged in support of this project, but also the condo association, smaller property owners as well. I hope does that answer?
Yeah, I appreciate that. And this is also a real estate property tax. This is something that it's not a sales tax. It's not something that visitors to the district are paying. It's people who own properties.
It's a special assessment.
Special assessment.
So the existing SID, when it was renewed in 2021, there was some community pushback against their renewal efforts. And as a consolation at that time, the proponents of the existing SID actually reduced their rate of the assessment.
Mm-hmm.
What this does is this brings that rate back up to what it was. So it's what property owners were already comfortable paying with, but it doesn't go above that rate. The rate is based on, it's a amount based on square footage, either of the lot, if it's a surface lot, or ground floor space above, or floor space above the first level.
Mm-hmm.
So the rate, just for your knowledge, is for just general lot square footage is just over 4 cents per square foot for a lot, or it's just over 2 cents per floor square footage above the ground floor.
So the bigger property is, the more paying.
Exactly.
And this is something that goes out on their real estate property tax bill as a special assessment?
So it'll show up as if it were part of a real estate tax, but it is a special assessment.
Okay. I don't think I have any more questions right now. Thank you so much for coming and talking.
Thank you.
No questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Sanya?
Thank you for being here today. I do have a few questions, I think some of which you've kind of answered already, so I won't be redundant. And also, I think Alderman Aldridge responded to my email as well, so I'm just looking at his response. I probably ask this question every time these come between us. Could you speak to the contingency plan that's in place? Do you have an idea of specifically how much funds you hope to kind of gather from the ability of going in an area, what the need is, and what you would do if you might fall short of that number?
Sure. So in total, from the special assessment, the estimate is that it would generate about $270,000 per year. As part of the budget, it's also expected to receive, on average, about $60,000 per year from donations. Currently, the group of property owners have been privately funding a lot of these efforts that they have been putting up, but it's their resources are falling short of having a substantial impact on it. So what they intend to do is they still intend to contribute towards the SID, towards the efforts that they've already been privately funding. Before they started this process, for example, there was no website for promoting businesses along Washington Avenue. They have privately funded a website that promotes those businesses now. So ideally, that ownership of the website would be transferred to the CID. I hope that kind of answers the question about how, what they, based on what the expectations, because of the nature of the assessment, it's pretty rare in our experience that revenues generated from the assessment fall short because it's not based on assessed valuation. It's based on square footage. So unless someone tears down a giant building along Washington Avenue, which are so beautiful, I really hope no one would ever do that, we really wouldn't expect any revenue shortfalls.
And is the formation going to require a new board outside of the board that already exists? Have you thought about the leadership structure and who will be represented on that board?
Yes, so it would be a new board because currently the plan would be that the board would be made up of 9 members in total, 7 property owners, which would include the condo owners as well, and then 2 residents who are renters, as well as there's a space reserved for city representation on that as well. Certainly, because they've been the drivers of it, and the way that the CID is set up as a nonprofit corporation, by state law, it's the nonprofit that currently exists that will be appointing the board. So that'll be John Berglund and Steve Stone will kind of be driving the efforts, but they want the board to be made up of geographically diverse within the district. The district's actually made up of 2 different sub-districts, kind of divided down the line north-south. So half of the board seats would come from the western half of that would be from the eastern half.
And specifically, do you know the breakdown between what would be residential ownership and what would be, residents that would have a place on the board versus property owners or business operators that have a seat on the board? Where's your breakdown?
I don't have a breakdown of based on business. If they're a business owner, that they're not a property. If they're a business owner but not a property owner, they would not be eligible for a seat on the board. It would be a property owner or a renter.
And you said that you saw yourself having a city seat. Do you envision that being the alder, or how do you? What are your ideas around that?
We would be happy to have it be the Alderman Aldridge, but we would also be happy to with the city to see who is willing to step up. I know I don't want to speak on behalf, but I know he currently serves on the existing downtown CID, as does Alderwoman Spencer. It's just part of the pair of alders that serve downtown.
And have you all spoke with the city councilor's office or another legal entity about the double taxation, the overlapping and the double taxation there being in the clear?
Yes, yeah, that's all been cleared because it's a special assessment. It's not multiple taxations on top of one another. So that there are no issues within that standpoint.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Aldridge, did you have another speaker? Okay.
Hi.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
My name is John Berglund. I represent the Starwood Group, which is the owner of the Post Building. And I just wanted to echo everything that Nick said. In 2018, we bought the former Post Dispatch building, and we've got about $75 million in that building. Steve Stone has owned the Globe much longer. He's got similar amounts, and we got together to start Downtown North along with T-Rex. I wanted to give just 3 or 4 examples of the types of things that we are doing right now that are currently not being done really by other parties. The most significant thing is that we were part of the effort to shut down the Shell station. Worked on that probably about 2 to 3 years to get that closed. We have a police substation that is opening in the Globe building. Nick alluded to the website, which we put together. as well as current lighting that we paid for around our buildings in the public street. There's a lighting study that we are promoting for Washington Avenue, as well as working with Board of Public Service on landscaping. Those are all things that, candidly, the Globe and the Post are paying for right now. Beyond just the larger things that Nick alluded to, we started the SID so that more of the stakeholders along Washington Avenue would both have a say-so, but also pay into this because it benefits everyone. And so we've shown that leadership and are looking, and that's the primary reason why we are here today.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your comments.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm John Berglund with the Post.
Thank you again. Madam Clerk, are there any additional speakers online?
We have none.
Okay. Alderman Aldridge, you're welcome to come back up and close unless any of our colleagues have any additional questions.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I again want to really uplift all the work that Steadfast has been doing, and also John down that area since becoming alderman. We met very early on and talked about not just ways to grow downtown, but I really do appreciate John's intentionality of also ensuring that how do we also look what is north of downtown. A lot of times people just think, oh, downtown's downtown, but a few blocks from downtown's a neighborhood like Carr Square, which is or Columbus Square, majority African American community. So I just really appreciate how John and Steadfast City have all been very intentional of trying to make sure that more resources are being allocated to the downtown area, but also to the downtown north area. And with that, if my colleagues don't have any other questions, I will ask for a do pass recommendation on Board Bill 102.
I make a motion that we pass Board Bill 102 with the do pass recommendation.
Previous roll.
Motion was made by Vice Chair Sanye with a second by Alderman Browning and a call for previous roll by Alderman Schweitzer to pass Board Bill 102 with a do pass recommendation. Hearing no objections, congratulations.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Madam Chair.
With that, I will pass it over to Vice Chair Sanye.
Thank you, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. You have a presentation?
Yes, Madam Clerk, can you please read the summary for Board Bill 126?
Board Bill 126, sponsored by Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. An ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment, amending ordinance number 71393, ordinance number 71494, ordinance number 71554, ordinance number 71591, ordinance number 71841, and ordinance number 71864 by reappropriating certain amounts specified herein in the aggregated amount $8,488,215.06 for other purposes and with an emergency clause.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. With me today, I respectfully would like to acknowledge all of the boards and all of the department heads that are here present with us today to make presentations. We won't be asking for a vote on Board Bill 126 today. What we're doing today is gathering more information so that we'll be better prepared for our vote, prayerfully next Tuesday's HUD's meeting. So we'll start the presentation process. I want to bring up Jared Boyd, Chief of Staff for Mayor Jones.
Give me 1 second to download.
While she's pulling up the presentation, I'll just give some my. All righty.
Good afternoon. Let's try that again. I think this is better. Good afternoon, Jared Boyd, Chief of Staff to Mayor Tashara Jones, and honored to come before you today to discuss Board Bill 126, talk about the timeline for all of the ARPA funds, the sources and uses for this sweet bill. After going over all of the information, we thought that it was important to break this up into 2 meetings, primarily because, you know, we're talking about $498 million, and you all are owed an exhaustive update on that, and did not want to just limit that to a single session. So with the input of the chairwoman, this afternoon we're going to discuss the actual sweep bill, the $8.4 million that we are seeking to sweep into our 911 access point. And then we're also going to give you an update on ARPA and the projects that are all across St. Louis. Next week, we'll do a deep dive into unobligated funds and explain where all of those accounts are. So like I said, today we're going to go through the board bill, the sources and uses, and then provide you all with an update as to where projects stand. And then next week, we will provide you with an update as to where unobligated funds stand, and then humbly ask that you all approve the sweep bill. So as you can see with the agenda, we'll go through the timeline, give you some high-level implementation takeaways. There are several department directors here to lend their experience and expertise. And then we're also going to provide space for community voices that have taken part in ARPA. And then after that, look forward to entertaining your questions. So a slight change or addendum to the agenda. Dr. Mahdi will present before we go through the timeline because she has another commitment. So with that, I will bring forward Dr. Mahdi.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Mati Lachwire Davis, Director of Health for the city. Thank you so much for having us today. Apologies for my teaching commitment today, getting in the middle of this, but I think we can all agree children are the future. So I will be going from there today. I'm looking forward to running through this with you. So briefly, we'll be discussing our key successes. There's a lot of places that ARPA has benefited the Department of Health specifically, but I'm going to focus that on 3 buckets today: community vaccination efforts, the Behavioral Health Bureau, and our mobile clinics. Because of the adjustment in the agenda, as you heard, we'll be talking about the challenges next week. So I will not be discussing that today. And there will be a delegate from health to come and address those as well. So before we get started with the community vaccination clinics, I think it'll be helpful for the committee if I just gave you the overall allocations for ARPA throughout the time that those funds have been available. The main buckets that these have been attributed to include canvassing and community, which generally speaks to the health promotions and education that we have used these funds for the COVID-19 pandemic. A large portion went towards employing community health workers within the Bureau. We also had funding available for behavioral health as well efforts. Community violence, before the Office of Violence Prevention was available, some of those monies came through health. And so that will be addressed in a separate conversation. The mobile vaccine clinics, COVID-19 vaccination, and the gift cards that were made available, as well as vaccine and education. As part of these funds also include the Reproductive Equity Fund and monies that were made available for that, predominantly towards doula training and support for doula in the communities. In the community, I beg your pardon. As I said earlier, incentive cards to support COVID-19 efforts. There were funds that went towards our animal care and control department during the COVID-19 pandemic. And then for emergency preparedness, our emergency preparedness being the team that was responsible for employing all of our vaccination efforts. Lastly, there are some line items around worker safety and curriculum that came about earlier this year. For the purpose of this challenge and for the purpose of this presentation, and because I was challenged with a 10-minute overview of a very, very lengthy and detailed program, the buckets for the 3 successes, as I said previously, will be community vaccination, Behavioral Health Bureau, and the mobile clinics. So with that in mind, let us get started. It's not advancing from this. If someone's able to advance the slides. Thank you. So the predominant amount of funds that we got for ARPA went towards our very successful and nationally acclaimed COVID-19 efforts. This was actually lauded by President Biden in 2022. He used 3 departments in the whole country as examples of a successful vaccination effort, and those efforts could not have been successful without ARPA funding. As you can see from the screen, from January 2021 through August 2023, we were able to independently fund 319 vaccine clinics through departments of health, and that accounts for almost 45,000 COVID-19 vaccines. That is a tremendous effort from a very small health department. And while you think of our health department, I want to remind folks that we originally had 85 employees in the health department. We're now at close to 140. But additionally, the team responsible for this mammoth effort are the emergency preparedness team. There were 2 people for the whole city when I took over. So that number, when you look at that and you think about the contribution of ARPA and the impact, is great. As you can tell, 2 people did not give out 45,000 vaccines. I hope that's abundantly clear. And so most of those went through contracts, RFPs and contracts, to be able to include a lot of our partners. Separate from the money that came directly to health, there was investments from the mayor's office to go to our 4 incredible federally qualified health centers who really are champions for health equity. And so the impact of this 45,000 is separate from the additional amount of vaccines that they have been able to provide on the city's behalf through the additional through the funding that was made available to them directly with the Integrated Health Network overseeing those efforts on our behalf. So I cannot underscore how impactful that has been. As you all know, the vaccines have been the backbone of us being able to protect the community. Overwhelmingly so. We were dealing with considerate and valid mistrust and distrust for vaccines within communities with specific disparities in Black and brown communities. DOH used a data-driven approach to address this, to reach that 45,000 figure that included quadrupling the number of epidemiologists in our bureau, doing a data-driven approach to figuring out where the gaps were, and then using volunteer agencies within community. We built a coalition at the state and the local level, and we used volunteers. We were able to fill up the dome at the peak of the pandemic, and I give credit to my predecessor before me for those efforts. And so we were able to use those two emergency preparedness folks and Justin Hauser, their manager, and greatly expand our efforts through those volunteer efforts, the contracts, and again, the significant contribution that ARPA made towards the FQHCs directly. And so the second part of this was there was a contribution, a significant contribution of ARPA funds towards the incentive to incentivize folks to get the vaccine. This is a very delicate topic because there is, again, valid mistrust, especially in Black and brown communities. So the message wasn't, hey, we're going to pay you to take a vaccine. The impetus here was really to make sure we understand social and structural determinants of health, understanding that at face value, people do not always have paid time off. People do not have cars. We did a survey through Department of Health, and it takes on average 3 modes of transportation to even get to a doctor's visit or to come get one of our vaccines. People have to walk, to take a bus, to take another bus, to either walk or take a third mode of transportation. So the gift cards that were provided through ARPA were significantly needed to again address health disparities and overcome those social and structural determinants of health for folks for whom this was a barrier. So at most of our clinics and to our partners who we also empower to be able to do clinics on our behalf, we've been able to provide those $100 gift cards to folks to support these efforts. So this was an incredibly successful. I am invited to speak nationally often around our efforts here. Was recently a month ago at Capitol Hill meeting with members of Congress and the Senate and really talking to them about our successes being such a small health department for a large city. And so I'm very proud of these efforts and very grateful for the contributions of those ARPA funds. Next slide, please. The next big success that ARPA contributed to was the operational funds for our Behavioral Health Bureau. Many of you have heard me speak about this before, but prior to Mayor Jones and me being here in the city, we'd never had a behavioral health bureau. In fact, I was stunned, as was Mayor Jones, to inherit a health department that did not have one person employed to do the work of mental and behavioral health, even though we know that mental and behavioral health was a crisis prior to COVID, ballooned during the pandemic. And so we took a very proactive approach. Because of Mayor Jones's efforts to stand up the first ever Office of Violence Prevention, externalizing violence prevention work within the Department of Health, that freed up the Department of Health under my leadership to establish the city's first ever behavioral health bureau. Mayor Jones immediately committed salary through the budget process for 14 salaried positions, but that still required operational funds. And the money that we have received from ARPA has been a significant part of how we have operationalized that. I want to read you some key statistics since this bureau that is only a year into its establishment and the impact it already has had on the city. Every staff member in the bureau has received at least 10 mental health and substance abuse training courses and is peer recovery support certified. Call volume from residents seeking mental health and substance abuse resources continues to increase significantly. We started out at the beginning of the bureau's inception with approximately 40 calls. We are now averaging 30 calls per month, and we get significant foot traffic as well. With that being said, we also have addressed the opioid crisis with priority and with significant impact. The Bureau has already been responsible for handing out more than 8,500 doses of the overdose drug naloxone. Again, in less than a year, we're already getting national acclaim, invited to speak at a White House committee around the City of St. Louis's inaugural Behavioral Health Bureau's efforts earlier this year. We have also used other funds, including the ARPA funds, to give back to the community, acknowledging that even though we're only a year into leading this work, that this work has been happening. Next slide, please. This work has been happening through the efforts of community-based leaders within the city way before we started this work. And so we held a listening tour before the establishment of the Bureau. We established a coalition of 30 to 40 community-based leaders that we meet with monthly and ask them what they need. And of course, number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on their list was money, 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 money. So we made sure to prioritize investing the funds, some of the funds that we have gotten right back into the community thus far. And again, in less than a year, we awarded over $2.7 million to community organizations doing critical behavioral health work. We have also initiated city employee crisis response. We have Narcan boxes throughout the community. We provide training for those to community-based organizations in our criminal justice system. And again, those 8,500 doses that I talked about earlier. Additionally, this team is always busy, always at work. I'd be surprised if you haven't seen community events across the city. They have participated in more than 256 community events this year alone. And they have been assisting with the National Accrediting Body for Medical Oversight and Medical Services in the city, in the criminal justice system. They have already been a part of leadership and committee meetings around jail diversion, reentry, and again have already been training the city within the CJC and in other public safety sectors. So again, I could not be more proud of the efforts of a bureau that's only a year into its inception. We recently had to apply for reaccreditation, and the National Reaccreditation Board that came to the on-site visit said that they had never seen some of the innovation around what this bureau had done. I'll speak to one of that. We are now one of 3 partners that have stood up the first ever of its kind urgent care specifically for behavioral health at SLU. The goals of this urgent care, in its first year, the City of St. Louis Department of Health's Behavioral Health Bureau has placed a heavy emphasis on education, community partnerships. This urgent care, which opened on August 27th of this year, is the first of its kind in our city and one that fills the time in challenging behavioral health needs for the citizens of our community. Specifically, the location of the facility, as mapped out by our epidemiologists, is geographically accessible and fills the gap created by the closing of behavioral health beds in St. Alexis last year. Citizens and their family members can walk into this location and get behavioral health care and resources they desperately need. So what are they doing on site? Well, our Behavioral Health Bureau's team has dedicated and highly trained staff with the urgent care and with SSM in places for people, linking patients to resources in their neighborhoods where they can continue to receive the care that they need following discharge from this very innovative urgent care. To date, they have taken care of 228 citizens in the city of St. Louis, and that's only since the opening of that facility in August 27th. So again, I cannot underscore how important ARPA funding have been in not just in standing up this new Behavioral Health Bureau, but in the impact that it's seen since then. Next slide, please. One of my favorite areas of the money that we've used for this are these beautiful, glorious, joyful mobile vans that you see on the screen before you. Yes. We have been able to buy 2 mobile units for the Department of Health. And this was significant. I really need people to hone in on this. Many of you know, or maybe don't know and should know, that clinical services were sunsetted out of DOH about a decade ago. So in this city, we have a health department that doesn't have clinical services outside of some STI services and a TB and refugee clinic through Affinia. That's unacceptable. Most people are not engaged with the health department because in their mind, what is a health department if you can't walk in, see a doctor? So under Mayor Jones's leadership, we were able to get these community mobile vans so that we can take healthcare to the we have since after this was funded through ARPA, been able to build a strategic plan, a bureau around community outreach to accent our communications efforts. And That van has been up and coming. We have at least 10 events that come out of our departments planned each month on average. So far, it has reached over 3,000 citizens through this mobile vaccination clinic. An example of its impact is right now in respiratory season. We've already provided over 400 COVID tests, 7 lead screenings, 100 gun locks, 266 Connect With Me card, which is how we link people to care. And then we go to major events in the city. So for example, at this year's 2024 Pride Fest, this was a pivotal place to stop by. There were games, there were activities. We were testing people for STIs at Pride on the spot, linking them to services at Pride on the spot. And this accounted for 220 HIV tests, syphilis and Hep C tests. We distributed 5,700 safe sex kits, which is a huge reproductive justice issue. And in its first year since 2020, this was the first time that we returned to on-site testing. So having those vans, meeting people where they're at. If you've never been in the vans, we would love to take you on a tour. They're air conditioned, they're spruced up. And the other thing that I'm really proud of is through ARPA funding, we make these vans available to community partners through a very simple MOU. So not only are we expanding services on behalf of health, but we are allowing community-based organizations that also don't have the ability to make their services reachable, be able to use these for free and go out into community. I will stop there, but thank you so much for hearing about the wonderful activities of health through ARPA funding. That was the last slide, right?
Thank you.
I'll take that. That's mine. No, that's fine. Clicker. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as I've communicated with the board, as I've communicated and our administration has communicated with our departmental leaders, we have been very clear that we take the December 2024 deadline for obligating ARPA funds seriously. And while there are several well-intentioned programs, worthwhile programs, if our departments could not exhibit and demonstrate that they could spend the money or obligate the money rather within the obligation period by October, that we would be reappropriating said funds to a different project. So after intensive conversations with our departments, we were able to proactively identify funds that were left over from projects that could not be spent, or projects that for whatever reason had stalled, and then looked at other projects where the money just wasn't moving quickly enough. So out of those intensive conversations, we were able to identify about $8.4 million to be reintroduced into Board Bill 126. Next slide, please. As you can see, the sources for the funds are varied, and happy to go through them. Just to provide you with an overview, I think we've provided you with a FAQ, but these sources come from several different departments, starting with the Child Support Arrears Program. Child Support Arrears Program, I think, is an example of a very well-intentioned program that's predicated upon partnership with outside groups. We were able to serve 57 participants. However, we were not able to serve participants in a quick enough manner that made us feel comfortable that the rest of these funds would be obligated in a timely fashion. So made the decision to recommend reappropriating $320,000 of the original appropriation. Intentional encampments initially was an appropriation that was sent to both BPS and DHS. Some of those funds were used for the tiny homes space at Jefferson Spaces to help furnish some of those homes. Based upon our timeline, we don't think we have the ability to spend these funds
within the December 24 timetable. So have recommended reappropriating these funds. Mortgage assistance, another program where just did not get a lot of uptick from the vendor and the public. So the recommendation based upon that was to reappropriate funds. Accounting and compliance for DHS, the department was able to utilize funds from other sources to cover legal and administrative costs, so they did not need these funds. Year-round youth jobs is a program that I think was served several youth with SLPS. There were issues around just making sure that we were on the same page from a compliance and monitoring standpoint. So we made a decision to reappropriate some of the remaining funds in that program. The project management and transparency portal, we were able in the mayor's office to identify other resources to launch that. So able to contribute $65,000 back to the PSAP or 911 center. Permanent supportive housing for DHS. The department has 8 other contracts to address this need. So we're not able to obligate this specific amount for a contract. And same thing around wraparound services. Sometimes you're left with a small amount of money that makes it difficult to obligate leftover funds. For the next category of funds, you can see those are capital expenses. So when we crafted the bill, we were very specific about the types of capital appropriation. So if we were able to complete a plumbing project under budget, then with that $106,000, you're not able to start another project. So same thing with matching funds, fire pumper replacements, ambulance replacements, telecom system replacements. The remaining funding was too small to contribute significant repairs to those specific projects. Reproductive Equity Fund, the department has 3 contracts to address this need, and after different contract amendments, the department did not need the remaining funds that are listed here for the less than $2,000. And then with respect to youth and juvenile diversion programming, this is another example of there being community need, but there having to be community partners that are ready to execute and implement these types of initiatives before our pertinent ARPA deadline. So after getting a number of proposals, Office of Violence Prevention funded the partners that were ready ready to accept these funds. Guaranteed Basic Income, as many of you know, that program has run into some legal challenges, which we don't feel comfortable that they can be resolved before the December 24 obligation deadline. We have been fortunate to work with private funder to continue to support the families that were signed up for that program. Emergency preparedness, these funds were allocated in the event that we experienced another pandemic. So luckily, we have not had to tap these funds. Medical debt forgiveness, city went through an RFP process and selected a vendor, and upon the award of the contract or the award to the vendor, they declined to go forward based upon their inability to secure partnerships with local providers. That program in other cities is predicated upon purchasing debt or sometimes claims from hospital systems or other healthcare systems that send those claims to debt collectors. And that is not something the vendor was able to do in this market based upon how some of our hospitals and medical providers treat debt. And then last but not least, Prison to Prosperity. Slate just didn't feel as if they had enough time to stand that program up in a responsible way. Next slide. So I've gone through the sources. The use for these funds, these disparate funds, will be a new 911 dispatch center, and would like to bring Chief Coyle to talk about the need for that project. I think there's consensus among those in the community for the need for this project, and Rich Bradley will also speak subsequently about the actual project and go through the timeline. We did intentionally select this project. There are a lot of worthy projects, but Rich can talk about how these funds can be obligated in a timely manner, which is something that distinguishes it from other kind of worthy projects. So Chief Coyle, would you like to come and talk about why the 911 dispatch center, and then Rich can talk a little bit more about the particulars of the project.
Thank you, Jared. Good morning to the board and the chairman. Thank you for having me today. My name is Charles Coyle. I'm the Director of Public Safety. I'd like to briefly highlight the pivotal role that the Public Safety Access Point, or PSAP, serves in strengthening the realization of public safety, not only for citizens of the city of St. Louis, but also the emergency responders, dispatchers who carry out the vital service to the public. The process our office took when developing the initial design for the PSAP involved a great level of detailed planning and coordination to ensure that the new facility would align
Excuse me, Chief Coyle, could you speak into the mic, please?
Oh, I'm not. Can you hear me now? Okay. Would align with best practices in emergency management. The primary objective of the development of the PSAP was created a unified facility to serve as a co-location hub for all dispatchers from our major divisions, police, fire, EMS, as well as SEMA, the City Emergency Management Agency. Having a centralized public safety access point with all 4 of these divisions under one roof will optimize operations, streamline communications, and ensure a faster, more coordinated response during critical situations. This co-location will not only improve operational efficiency, but also enhance the public's confidence in emergency services, knowing that there is a reliable, efficient system in place to respond to their needs at the time when seconds matter. For the dispatchers, those who will work inside the new state-of-the-art infrastructure, the PSAP will serve as a vital tool to support their roles with greater precision. Dispatchers often the unseen heroes of public safety, but they are often the first point of contact for people in distress. Dispatchers serve around the clock to assess emergencies, mobilize resources, and provide real-time data to the boots on the ground in a collaborative effort to help save lives. And our innovative design of the PSAP will continue to support and strengthen these very efforts. This design will provide dispatchers with structural systems, clear workflows, and improved working conditions, as well as give dispatchers more control over call flow, incident reporting, and will allow dispatchers to focus on delivering critical support when and where needed. Under the new PSAP infrastructure, when citizens dial 911, they can be assured that their call will be promptly routed to the appropriate division where their emergency will be addressed with the highest level of care and urgency. The effectiveness and efficiency of the PSAP would enhance our efforts to reassuring citizens that public safety resources are readily accessible, helping to foster a peace of mind for those in need of services, and overall build a lasting trust with the St. Louis community of this administration's ongoing commitment to strengthening public safety. To provide our current numbers and trends, the Department of Public Safety was previously experiencing a shortage of dispatchers. We were over 54 dispatchers short in 2023. We have gotten that number down to 19 for police dispatchers, and we are in a continuing process of hiring to continue to bring dispatchers on. as you guys know, that we lose emergency responders, including dispatchers, to some of our neighbors in our region. So they're well trained. So hiring new dispatchers and training new dispatchers is going to be a constant effort for. We have been as close as 80% to our national standard of operating and answering calls within 10 seconds, which is 90% of the time. We're currently at 76%, and we're constantly working to improve those numbers. Now, in 2023, we began at right around 50 to 60% because our staffing numbers were so low, and we have made vast improvements in those numbers, and we continue to try to support those improvements. Since March of 23, we co-located our EMS dispatchers with our 911 dispatchers, and that has really proven to work out well for us. So the new PSAP will bring all dispatch operations under one roof, including SEMA. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. So this 28,000 square foot state-of-the-art telecommunications building.
Could you say your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. Richard Bradley, President of the Board of Public Service. Thank you. So this 28,000 square foot state-of-the-art emergency telecommunications center, 911 operations center, public safety answering point facility was the result of a 2008 study, which I believe the chief mentioned. So just to give you a brief timeline on where we are. So the project began in 2019 with the selection of FGM architects. And so the project went through a couple stops and starts with the pandemic. From that, a feasibility study from phase 1 was completed, and then we moved into phase 2, which was the final design for the facility, which was also completed. We selected a contractor, Cosney Wagner, so we have the contract in place on board, and a groundbreaking ceremony was held on October the 24th, 2024, which a number of you were at. The project, just briefly, is located on the west end of the fire department headquarters at Thomas and Leffingwell Avenues. And the schedule for completion is by the end of 2026. And so with the funding that we have in place, and we're talking about a total estimated cost in the neighborhood of $45 million, additional funding, which would be swept from unused funding, would be put towards this project. And so I think it's important to understand that, the question would be is, well, how would that money actually be expended or encumbered that quickly? So what we could do is, or what we will do is, we will include that into a change order and encumber it into that construction contract within a matter of about a week's time. So it would be a very quick turnaround in order to get that funding encumbered. If you take a look at the screen, here are a couple of architectural renderings of it on the exterior. It's basically a steel frame building with concrete precast panels. As I mentioned, we do have a contractor on board. Currently, we're in the stage of getting the schedule set up. We're in the stage of getting materials ordered. Those precast panels for the outside have a bit of a lead time. So we anticipate the actual construction starting just after the first of the year as weather permits.
Next slide, please. So I'll just remind folks who were either here when this took place or were not on the board yet, but we received ARPA or notification of ARPA passing in March of 2021. The city received its first tranche of ARPA funding, half of it, in June of that year. Shortly thereafter, the mayor and the Board of Aldermen created a stimulus advisory board and undertook extensive public engagement on the first appropriations related to ARPA, reaching nearly 2% of the population and getting their feedback during that process. And through several appropriations, including the first, which really was aimed at direct relief, we're able to appropriate funds that included rental assistance dollars. In terms of the second tranche that came in June of the next year, 2022, and then we engaged in 3 different appropriations for that process, and then actually a subsequent one earlier this year for a small reappropriation. And at such time, we told you that we would be back before you in the fall to reappropriate the final amounts that were not spent at that time. So it's been a long road to get here, but I think we've been very consistent the entire time that funds have to be obligated by the end of this year, and whether or not projects are deemed worthy, that we would have to reappropriate funds that could not be obligated by such time. So some of the broader takeaways, next slide, please. So some cities, such as Detroit, received their funds in one fell swoop. So about half of cities received their funding in one fell swoop. We fell into a category that received their funding in 2 tranches. So there are positives and negatives with that. We are not legally allowed to appropriate funds that don't relate to our annual budget before they actually come into our possession. So we were not able, like a Detroit, to appropriate all of these monies up front. I think the positive of that is that cities like Detroit were told that there would be more funding available for infrastructure, which didn't materialize. So we were able to take our time and learn lessons as to what was needed. Some of our departments are going to talk about our contracting process and our compliance process to really provide you with examples of how long it takes to spend funding, whether infrastructure, housing, or programmatic funding. We sometimes have to hire staff. We sometimes have to RFP things out that the city does not do, and work with vendors and contractors to get them to a place to accept federal funds. And then monitoring and compliance. We have some folks who've done have provided Herculean efforts in doing ARPA monitoring and tracking. And then we have been provided with ARPA guidance by Treasury on a rolling basis. It would have been nice to have gotten some of that guidance up front, but it has trickled out. So that is something, like I said, hope to impart you and the public with an understanding of how long it takes to responsibly and legally spend some of these ARPA dollars. So with that, I'm going to bring Director Adam Pearson to talk about how DHS has utilized ARPA funding.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I am Adam Pearson. I'm the Director of the Department of Human Services, and I'll be presenting just a high-level overview of
Excuse me, can you speak into the mic? We can't hear you.
Okay. Director Pearson, can you hear me now? With the Department of Human Services, and I'll be doing a high-level overview of some of the work that we've been engaged in with this ARPA money. You can do the next slide, please. Okay, so very quickly, there are just 4 key areas that I wanted to go over today: emergency shelters, wraparound services, rapid rehousing, and the real estate tax assistance fund. And then very quickly, I'll just cover high-level overview of some of the challenges with RFPs and contracts and making sure that the money is getting out of the door. There's been a lot of conversation around emergency shelter in St. Louis City. A lot of conversations regarding how we are providing services for the winter. Do we have enough shelter beds to meet the current need? What is the role of St. Louis City in providing adequate amounts of emergency shelter for the St. Louis region? DHS was fortunate to receive around $8 million of ARPA money for emergency shelter. Some of that was for actual physical plant provision with the purchase of a facility, and I can dive into that in a minute. But then also actual operations of emergency shelters. So this is short-term emergency housing for individuals and families in the St. Louis area. Typically that would last for up to 6 months. Some people unfortunately need emergency shelter for a little bit longer, but the normal length of time that somebody would need this type of emergency shelter should be around 3 to 6 months. And so with the funding that we were able to receive from ARPA, we were able to assist Peter and Paul Community Services with the $1 million grant to purchase the building, the Sisters Mission building at 3225 North Florissant. And in addition to that, provide them with 1 year of funding for operations in that facility. Prior to them purchasing that building, they were operating an emergency shelter at the basement of Saints Peter and Paul Catholic Church in Soulard, which had enough space for 60 bunk beds for single men. They decided that they wanted to expand services, provide more shelter beds for men, and so DHS was able to assist with the purchase of the facility for them so that they could expand from 60 beds to 100. As I understand, they're still working on expanding some of those beds. There's quite a bit of work that is needed to get the building updated for that. In addition to that, and I'll be covering this on the next slide as well, but some of the funding went to tiny homes at Jefferson Spaces. And so a couple of years ago, we were able to, back in 2020, tiny homes opened up with 50 housing units there for individuals and couples. Magdala House has been able, with the additional money from ARPA and the support from Mayor Jones, actually double the number of homes at that property to 100 tiny houses with wraparound services. The great thing about providers like Magdala is that they recognize that it's not only the housing that is absolutely essential to provide for individuals from escaping the elements, gaining some stability, but also the wraparound services that are needed, which would include substance use counseling, social work, occupational therapy, that sort of thing. And so to this date, for example, 262 individuals have transitioned out of Magdala at Jefferson Spaces into the community since 2020. And so this is one of these success stories that we like to talk about. Some of the emergency shelter money also went to Doorways, which serves with HIV and folks with chronic health conditions. The other pot of money, if we want to go to the previous slide, I think we might be 3 slides down the road here. But one of the other categories was wraparound services. And so for individuals who required emergency shelter and long-term housing, the key aspect of services that keeps them stable in housing is the wraparound services. For the money that we received for that, which was $1.25 million, there were around 778 units of wraparound services provided aside from rental assistance. 139 individuals received rental assistance as part of wraparound services. For rapid rehousing, which is a rental assistance type program that we offer, there was around $3 million allocated for that. All of that has been obligated in the community. 358 households were able to be assisted with rental assistance, which is typically 3 to 6 months of assistance. 1,427 units of service, which included case management, therapy service, services were able to be offered to these individuals. This is key because it helps with getting folks out of our emergency shelter system into their own housing in the community. We don't want to have people stuck in emergency shelter for too long. The RETAF program was a partnership between Park Central Development Corporation and the Collector of Revenue. This was allocated around $200,000 for that project, but just some quick data. In 2023, there were 34 owner-occupied homes that were saved from tax sale and 67 residents served, many of them in the North St. Louis community, I think 22 houses overall. And so we're very proud of that work that was done with the ARPA money received. Looking forward to any more conversation we have about it. Thank you.
We'll next hear from Rich Bradley to talk about infrastructure investments made with ARPA. We'll also hear from Scott Ogilvie and Bethany Williams.
Rich Bradley, President of the Board of Public Service. So to talk a little bit about infrastructure, the city is currently working on about $46 million in improvements to address speeding, crash concentrations, pedestrian movements over 30 miles of corridors and major arterials in the city. So those improvements include pavement resurfacing, lane configurations and reductions, restriping, various ADA improvements, additional shared and protected bike lanes. So some of the things you might see are curb ramp upgrades, various traffic calming measures, concrete bump outs, concrete medians, delineators, enhanced crosswalks, and certainly enhanced bicycle markings. So the proposed improvements integrate the field investigation of the existing conditions as well as what was recommended from previous traffic studies completed along these corridors. So the traffic studies that were implemented were Goodfellow, Lillian to Halls Ferry, Kings Highway, Lindell to Dr. Martin Luther King, Grand Utah to Chippewa, the 6700 block, 4th Street, Broadway, and Washington, and then also included via Capitol was Kings Highway at Gravois. The following locations also encompass the corridor traffic safety enhancements. So Union Boulevard from Enright to Florissant Avenue, Goodfellow Boulevard from Delmar to Halls Ferry Circle, Grand from Holly Hills to Hall Street, Jefferson Avenue from Chippewa to Choteau, Kings Highway from Gravois to Florissant, 4th Street, Choteau to Convention Plaza, 4th Street to Broadway, Washington Avenue from 3rd to 14th, and Broadway from Cole to Choteau. So you can see there are a wide stretch of improvements being made across the city. The city is also investigating the intersections, which included the top 10 crash locations, and we've incorporated those into this program as well. And those intersections, just to give you a quick list of those, are Broadway at Washington, Broadway and Walnut, Grand at Forest Park Parkway, North Grand Boulevard, Dr. Martin Luther King, Evans Avenue, Grand Boulevard in Gravois, Kings Highway Boulevard in Lindell, Kings Highway Boulevard in Delmar, Gravois Avenue, Russell Avenue and Tucker intersection, Florissant Avenue and Palm, and Lindell Boulevard at Whittier. And then as an additional project on top of that, we work with Great Rivers Greenway with 2 hotspot improvements at Grand and Natural Bridge, and then Grand at Montgomery. Next slide, please. Thank you. So you will notice on this slide, this is a timeline of what it takes for BPS to procure a project. And what I'd like to point out to you is that from the beginning to the end is roughly 4.5 years on a normal schedule. By the time you follow all the laws, the processes, the advertisements, the approvals, all the contract negotiations, solicitations, and all the compliance items included with this. With the street arterial projects particularly, we procured the consultants, all 3 traffic consultants, before the funds were ever available. We did not issue a contract because we did not have funding for it, but we knocked off about the first 150 days because we did the selections up front before the funding was available. We also did extensive public engagement on these programs as well, and where possible, we programmed some of these funds into existing contracts to speed up the process. But generally, the process is long and very daunting, and we needed to follow all these processes for ARPA procurement in order to get the funding. The other thing I want to mention is that beyond all the ARPA funding that PBS has, which is about $100 million, we are currently managing about $450 million in construction contracts today. And going forward, that number will go up. That's a good thing, except I will tell you that with 16 engineers, that's an average of $7 million per project per engineer, which is about twice what is standard in the industry. So my folks are working day and night and wherever possible to get these projects out on the street. We currently have 2 projects that are still left to be bid, and those will bid on November the 21st, and then all of our ARPA funding will be encumbered.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Scott Ogilvie. I work as program manager in the city's Planning and Urban Design Agency. I'm going to briefly discuss the city's work on the Transportation Mobility Plan. As you probably know, the city does not have a transportation plan that covers the whole city. We haven't had something that looks like that in many decades, so this allocation of funding is a really exciting opportunity to think about the values, the vision, the goals for the future of transportation in our city. As Mr. Bradley mentioned, the city has tons of very exciting transportation projects already funded, many currently going into construction, but this transportation mobility plan will allow us to think about what comes after those, what comes next, how to build on those existing projects that we are constructing today. To date, we've been in a very intensive public engagement phase. This project started in April of this year. It will, we assume, we'll have adopted transportation mobility plan by next summer, perhaps in August. Through the project, we did over 50 presentations, pop-ups, small group meetings. We did 4 large open houses in recent months. We've had 2 citizen advisory group meetings. And we had an online survey that was open to the public and also which was administered in a statistically valid manner. And we had more than 1,500 respondents to that survey. Some key things that we've heard from public engagement so far, both from the public and through the internal engagement we have done with city staff, city partners, and department leadership. Number 1 is safety, safety, safety. That is the top theme from the public. It's a top theme from our city staff and departments. Other themes that are very important to people include accessibility, equitable investment across the city, and maintenance of the improvements that we're constructing. Important topics that the plan is currently engaging with are developing a safety action plan. That work is underway. And we are, in fact, the city is already using the data from the completed East-West Gateway, Gateway to Safer Roadways plan in thinking about future projects today. Work has begun on the street design framework, which will provide better guidance on the appropriate elements of roadway design on streets across the city. And we are getting into the thick of policy and ordinance review so that the city's policies and ordinances are aligned with the goals and the vision we are developing in the mobility plan. As we get into late winter, early spring, we should have something that looks like a draft plan that we can take back to the public and to elected officials and get feedback on the plan and continue to refine that as we go into summer next year and move towards plan adoption. And I'll just note from the slide, there's been some really excellent engagement opportunities we've had with city staff and partners. Super valuable to have leadership team from the mayor's office and the mayor herself out riding bikes north and south across the city, not just to look at bike infrastructure, but just to look holistically at what our streets and sidewalks look like from that ground level view. So it's been a really, I think, engaging and successful project so far. Slide. Director Bethany Williams.
Thank you so much for that. As Scott stated, my name is Bethany Williams, Director of Streets for the City of St. Louis, and it is an honor to be before you today. I am going to spend some time talking about the sidewalk improvements that we have with the allocation of $6.1 million in improving some of the sidewalks across the City of St. Louis. When we submitted this request, we looked at the backlog of all of the 50/50 sidewalk requests that we had that dated back to 2017. We had not moved forward with any of that work, allocating any funds or appropriating funds to assist residents with that program. So when we were able to get these funds, we figured out how could we make these funds stretch to all the wards. We used the old map of 28 wards because we wanted to make sure that residents that had already submitted requests, they kept their ranking order in how they submitted their requests for the 50/50 sidewalk program. Within that, we allocated $214,000 per ward, and we were able to bring on 2 additional contractors to spread the love and do this work across the city. Currently, we have 5 contracts that are 3 of which have wrapped up completely, and you can see where we have $3.9 million plus that has been spent and allocated. And we have, we've allocated all of the funds, but we have spent $3.9 million of that. One of our final contracts is now in the process of being signed and awarded, working with that contractor so that they can wrap up the last wards that we had in the 50/50 sidewalk program. We were able to pause because we understood the efforts and the importance of spending ARPA dollars, and we were able to stop using Ward Capital and St. Louis Works funds to do this work so that we can make sure we allocated these funds within the department. Now we're also looking at a new concrete truck so that we can do additional services within the department as it pertains to sidewalks, as it pertains to our sewer lateral program, doing some of that concrete work, providing us with a concrete truck that we're able to do more of that work ourselves in-house. We've completed a total of 608. I was told just this morning that we have roughly 40 to 50 more addresses that we're just waiting on billing on. And so we will be increasing that number of homes and residents that we have serviced once that billing comes in from our contractor. Outside of the 50/50 sidewalk, I know that's what we were spotlighting today, but I just wanted to highlight some of the other things that the Streets Department is currently doing. We've updated all of the LED lights across the City of St. Louis. We've increased the number of cameras for our trash task force. We also have purchased new equipment for them that they can install cameras and be more efficient in downloading information, as well as we've put funds into the flood wall, making sure that we maintain the flood wall, making sure that any debris is being removed. We have a contractor that's down there now doing a lot of that work. And as far as that $275,000 will stretch, we will get as much work out of that contractor that we can. As you heard Rich talk about some of the paving, some of the 5 major arterials that we're paving and some other hotspot areas, we have moved to doing a contract work to get that paving done of the arterials to allow our internal forces to focus more on residential streets using St. Louis Work and Ward Capital funds. Lastly, I want to talk about the legal dumping contract. We are in the process of getting final signatures on that, as well as the refuse pilot program. We are working with the contractor or the consultant that will evaluate our system, evaluate our cans that we have in the alleys, and evaluate our routes to make sure that we are, serving the citizens and our routes are updated. So that's the majority of what I have. You heard about the transportation mobility plan, as well as Rich talked about some of the paving work that the streets department has as well. Thank you for this opportunity.
And I'll try and move things along. Next, we're going to discuss public safety. The Office of Violence Prevention got the vast majority of the ARPA funds. We appropriated about $31 million in public safety, and Will Pinckney will walk you through that appropriation and what that has brought.
Thank you. I have my glasses ready. So good afternoon. Thank you for having me. So in general, I say the ARPA funds in the Office of Violence Prevention help us get money on the street in the communities that were experiencing high rates of violence. But it also helped build a system and a network of community providers that are working together to support those who are victims or even perpetrators of violence. So we were able to spread the money out, even though we focused on a specific subset of people, and we prioritized certain places. We have served residents all throughout the city, specifically with the community organizations funds around community violence. It's about 62 of the 79 neighborhoods, but through all of the contracts we have, we've served and touched people in every neighborhood in the city. You can go to the next slide. Oh, next. Oh, sorry. So the key successes are the community outreach, like I said, in engaging people who have been in crisis. Challenges were we were a new department or a new division within the public safety department. And so we were building the plane as we flew it, setting up and building the structure of the office at the same time as overseeing contracts and pushing through contracts. We were able to build up a structure that allowed us to handle the funding piece of the work that we do. So we have a fiscal part that we built up that has a grants manager, contract compliance people, and a data person. The grants person is also there, and the ARPA funds helped us to get this in place so that we can look towards a long-term sustainable view. Obviously, the ARPA funds will run out, and we wanted to make sure that the work could continue. Technical assistance, we were fortunate to work with multiple national partners, Cities United, the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform, which houses the National Office of Violence Prevention Network. So we were able to connect with other cities who also have stood up offices. The Giffords Institute, the National League of Cities, multiple technical assistance providers to come in and support the work that we do. So it was a good thing. It was a challenge in the sense of having multiple technical assistance providers. We did the challenge of building a new office, or standing up a new office, and learning the RFP process and the contracting process. The comptroller's office was very supportive, but there still were challenges and bumps in the road. Next slide. So, what does it take to stand up this office? Another challenge is personnel. And once again, the Department of Personnel was really supportive, but just getting used to the personnel process, posting all of the positions, understanding the positions we needed, and then recruiting people, right? So this work is about engaging with people who are actively engaged in violence, who have been victims of violence or are at high risk. That is the challenge in terms of hiring a workforce that hasn't traditionally been hired in the city to focus on that population. Trainings are really important because we were connected to the national partners, being able to get our staff out to understand the work, understand the challenges, and have networks that they can lean on when they engage in those challenges. Building out office space was something else that we had to think about. We wanted to be in the community. And so finding a space that was conducive to that so that community can show up, feel comfortable, was another thing we had to think about. And then community partnerships, which are most important. As I said, to me, the big thing is not just getting money out to community organizations, but making sure those organizations are working together, they're rooted in community and have that trust. So building all of that out, which we have done and the money has allowed us to do, is really important. Next slide. Thank you. So, this is about people, and I don't want to take away the human part of it, but, there is a lot of data that we've collected. As we built this office out, we built a data infrastructure as well, and we worked really hard with the community organizations we fund, many of who are small organizations that don't necessarily have a lot of capacity for fiscal issues and data issues, but to make sure we were getting data that, number one, can highlight who is being served, so those outputs, and then highlight the impact of the work that's being done. So we have served, as you can see, almost 6,900 people in 28 different neighborhoods, and we've engaged that many people in multiple events, not just through OVP, but through the partners that we fund. We have had, about 1,250 people in those priority neighborhoods attend those events. In terms of the people who receive services, over 2,600 people, individuals, have received community-based services and related to community violence, and then almost another 14,000 have received crisis response services, which is really important. In fact, those crisis response services, we've seen an impact. I was speaking with the chief medical officer at EMS, and EMS has realized a 40% reduction, not only in calls for people experiencing issues with substance use, but also for people experiencing crisis related to behavioral health. So we've engaged, you see a breakdown of the various strategies. We took a broad approach in terms of OVP and building out the ecosystem and building an infrastructure. We wanted to make sure we can engage people at all the points and all the ways that can either lead to them having untreated trauma or to go down the path of engaging in violence. So you can see a breakdown of the different engagement categories. And then you see the top 5 areas in which we serve people. Baden, Dutchtown, Wells Goodfellow, none of the areas I think would be a surprise, but I think the service in those areas is really being important. The violence interruption, I think, is also an important place. We launched our Show Me Peace initiative last year, but it really got underway this year. And between February and about a week ago, in the areas that are served by Show Me Peace, we've seen a 70% reduction in homicide. So we're seeing the impact of the street outreach work in the community and real lives saved. And then we have the needs. We do collect needs of the individuals that are engaged by the organization, and that's so we can make sure that those needs are being met by organizations or that we can think about funding opportunities. So you'll see the areas of needs, which are employment, trauma recovery support, housing, counseling, mental health, and legal. None of those, I think, once again, would be surprising, and we fund people in all those areas. Next slide. Just a picture of the kickbacks. That's our Show Me Peace team. Once again, all the organizations collaborating together. This was in front of Marquette Marquette Rec Center. We did a peace walk back in April, I think that was, April or May. And the peace walks are a way for us, instead of responding when someone gets shot or there's a loss of life, to proactively engage community, to recognize those who have been impacted by violence and trauma, and to work as a call to action with those in those communities that are dedicated to reducing violence. Next slide. Just some more pictures of us at a kickback. Next slide. I think that's it for me. I'll hand it back over.
Thank you. So the city of St. Louis appropriated approximately $26.5 million on youth and family support through ARPA. That covers support for early childhood educators and facilities, workforce development, and direct cash assistance. Unfortunately, Director McGlowan of Slate was scheduled to give this portion of the presentation, but is under the weather today. So I will attempt to move forward in her absence. Next slide. So Slate engaged with a number of programs that targeted both youth, adults, and others that have specific needs with respect to jobs. So Gateway Go is a program giving free Metro Transit. Learn and Earn is a program with our high school students. And then we piloted a child support arrears program that was paired with workforce development training. We also launched a new program for low barrier job assistance that specifically helps the unhoused in terms of starting the process for going back to work. And then continue to fund adult education and literacy programs, specific programs around helping get more CDLs in the market. And next slide. So some metrics that Director McGlowan wanted to share. With Learn and Earn, we served 462 youth in schools. Gateway Go served over 1,500 youth. Child support arrears served 58 fathers. And with respect to adult education literacy programs, 108 students completed. And CDL, we trained 85 individuals, with 85 becoming gainfully employed. And last but not least, year-round youth jobs served 750 youth starting at ages 14 and expanded to serve those as young as. Hello? Oh, sorry. And with that, we'll transition to economic justice. Next slide. This appropriation covers over $100 million, including small business assistance, blight reduction and beautification. So I will go to the next slide, and we're going to talk about some of the specific programs and also go over with a note or talk to some of our department directors responsible for implementation. So the first program that would like to discuss is stable communities or private building stabilization. With $13 million in funding, we've addressed 52 buildings currently that we have put direct money into. That does not cover buildings in which owners have taken action on their own to make repairs that are needed. So out of those, 124 units are in those buildings, and we have 12 commercial units. We've also implemented this program in various historic districts and preservation areas in line with the desire to maintain some of that housing stock or building stock. As stated, 19 owners have taken it upon themselves to correct code violations without the city having to expend significant resources. In some instances, owners outside of historic districts have just demolished buildings. So that is something that we have learned from this process. Next slide. This is an example of a project on Broadway, and I think it hits at some of the selection criteria that we prioritized in the program. So to qualify for the program, the building has to be condemned. We also look at if it is in a prominent location, whether it's near a park or a prominent street. We also look at public safety if there are a number of calls to service in this area. Other criteria that is prioritized includes the history of the owner, if they have several problem properties. And those are just some of the criteria that we used, also historic merit for the program. Next slide. This is another project that was successfully stabilized in Fountain Park. It's at a prominent corner, and it really not only has added life to that corner, but it's surrounded by other city-funded projects, which is another consideration. So proximity to Prop NS or other city projects is something that we considered as well. Next slide. I'm going to bring Neil Richardson to discuss some of SLDC's efforts along economic justice.
Thank you, Jared, and good morning or afternoon now, everyone. I'm Neil Richardson, President and CEO of the St. Louis Development Corporation. Happy to be here today to talk about some of the work that we're leading to drive economic justice forward, leveraging the American Rescue Plan Act funds. SLDC was awarded just over $127 million. And because we are a subrecipient in partnership with CDA, PDA, and other city departments, we have entered into subrecipient agreements that have fully obligated those funds before the deadline of December of 2024. And now we're working diligently to meet the deadline of September 30th of 2026 to have 100% of those funds deployed. I wanted to hit some quick highlights around the work that we're doing. First, the $4.5 million in 900 small businesses across the entire city of St. Louis with $5,000 grants was completed at the end of 2022. The Northside Economic Empowerment Center was allocated $1.6 million at the Sumner Annex facility, had the goal of serving 1,000 residents and 500 businesses per year. In less than 2 years, we've been able to serve almost 2,700 residents and over 1,100 businesses in 2023, and then another 800 businesses served in 2024. And we also partnered with MasterCard Digital Doors to attract another $1 million to support businesses with the Digital Doors program of creating an online presence. We invested $2.5 million to a partnership with the St. Louis Community Credit Union that is going to provide small businesses and nonprofits with access to low-cost capital. We anticipate that loan fund to generate over $12 million in total investments and serve over 25 small businesses and nonprofits through that program. I want to give a quick update on the North St. Louis Small Business and Nonprofit Program. In partnership and in discussions with the public as well as the Comptroller's Office, we have decided to pause the funding until an internal audit has been conducted, and also an independent audit is being currently underway by Armanino to help us identify a clear path forward to rebuild trust and ensure these funds are deployed in an equitable and a responsible way. We will have a full update at our November 21st SLDC Board of Directors meeting to start moving that program back into the community and start to have those conversations around how we deploy it in a way in which aligns with the spirit of the program. We also have been awarded $1.4 million to establish a $5 million loan fund in partnership with RISE CDFI, known as Mobilize STL. That is launched and going to be moving forward to provide access to capital for small businesses, contractors, and suppliers that serve many of our large-scale development projects as well as our anchor institutions to help those businesses be able to reach their full potential. We also have $5 million through the Digital Equity Fund $2.3 million invested in a community help desk, a digital equity portal and platform, digital literacy education, and another $2.6 million in community Wi-Fi. We were excited to announce the installation was completed, the first park at Tilly's Park in late October and completed in early November of this year. We also acquired a 150,000 square foot facility, which I will go into more detail about in a moment, known as the Monarch on MLK. It was a former electric manufacturing facility. Our plan there is to create a workforce development hub that provides on-the-job training for our youth, unemployed and underemployed, bringing wraparound services in partnership with many of our city departments, ranging from SLATE, the Office of Violence Prevention, but then also bringing in other child care services, as well as other providing support through the Northside Economic Empowerment Center for our small businesses and nonprofit organizations. We were also allocated $13.5 million to acquire strategic sites, conduct environmental remediation and stabilization for community-focused commercial development. We have under internegotiation on two projects, most notably Marshall School, which is located on the MLK corridor, as well as having negotiations and conversations with SLPS Board of Education around Cleveland High School and bringing stabilization dollars to both of those schools to ensure that they are primed for redevelopment as they've been sitting vacant for over a decade. The last key piece that I wanted to hit is our neighborhood transformation pillar. Through our Home STL program, we've been able to award 53 borrowers have been approved for the program, 27 borrowers have been funded, and 4.8 total mortgages have been originated. This is a program that was awarded $3.8 million to support up to 90 home buyers at 80% AMI or below, with down payment or home buyer assistance up to $50,000 per home. So this has been a great program to attract residents to the city of St. Louis and retain and move our residents from rental to home ownership opportunities. We also created a $14 million housing development fund in partnership with Tabernacle Community Development Corporation and Habitat for Humanity St. Louis. To date, 7 of those homes completed, 25 are under construction, with another 10 that are still planned for future development that will be completed before the end of 2026. $4 million has been invested into 7 development projects that provide low-income housing, preserving over 218 households that are earning below 30% of the area median income. And we are continuing to work in partnership with those developers to move this program along. I also want to hit 2 key pieces, the LRA beautification program. We've been able to obligate $1.75 million to 7 beautification contractors. 6 of those 7 contractors are women and minority business certified entities. More than 2,000 unoccupied parcels have received debris removal and lawn mowing services this year, with approximately 5,000 individual parcels and debris removal happening before the end of this year. We anticipate the remaining funding of the 2.15 in 2025 and 2026, with the goal of being able to service almost 10,000 parcels through that program. Another program I want to hit, actually working with the state of Missouri, $15 million with the state of Missouri ARPA, Department of Economic Development, to remove 1,000 unoccupied structures that are on LRA lots. LRA to date has demolished 90 of those unoccupied parcels since the program is started, and we have 400 that's planned to be complete by the end of 2025, with another 400 completed by the end of 2026. So that's what I have as it relates to a quick update. I do want to be able to give an overview of the concentrated impact of investments that we're making in our key corridors. The one I want to highlight today is the MLK corridor. As you all may recall, in the Economic Justice Action Plan, we have 5 demonstration areas. We had Walnut Park East and West. We had Gravois Park and Dutchtown, Project Connect, and the MLK area. You can go to the next slide for me. And so we'll hit on the MLK corridor quickly. You can go to the next slide. This is just some of the projects that we're doing. So the Advanced Manufacturing Innovation District is a big highlight for what's happening on MLK. Again, the Workforce Center that is the Monarch is not just a 150,000 square foot building, but it also is the 15 acres and the 29 vacant parcels that surround it that have been assembled by LCRA to provide not just workforce training, but those other wraparound services to support the community, ranging from child care to financial literacy and other supportive services to ensure that the person is able to succeed, but also the community is able to succeed as well. The AMIC site, it was a very important groundbreaking. It's a $60 million project that's happening just a quarter of a mile away from the Monarch facility. And so being able to have a world-class research and development enterprise focused on advanced manufacturing as well as workforce, not only training individuals, but connecting them with jobs, and then being able to show that work and connecting our entrepreneurs through the Northside Economic Empowerment Center, which is highlighted on the next slide, I believe. Maybe another slide of it. The Monarch, you can keep going. And keep going one more time. Thank you. So this is the Northside Economic Empowerment Center. Most recently, we added our certification program to support women and minority business enterprises to get certified. To date, we've had over 90 businesses since the beginning of September go through the certification process, either new applications, renewals, or expansion of the industry codes in which they're certified in. And again, this has been a great pillar for the program. I know some of the Board of Aldermen committee meetings and the Red Tape Commission held meetings at the Northside Economic Empowerment Center, really being embedded in the community. And that's what we hope to replicate across the entire city with this great example at the NEEC. Next slide. So I do want to give you all a quick insight into the digital twin. So as we've been engaging with communities across the city, but specifically in the Ville, it's important that we understand development takes time. Many of these projects takes 3 to 5 years before they ever come to fruition. And so being able to showcase how these developments impact a neighborhood in a very transparent and engaging way is important. Just having a charrette with Post-its on a page is a thing of the past. And how do we create ideas for us to be engaged and actually leveraging technology to be able to show the impact of these investments is really the opportunity for the future. And working alongside For the Ville through their Culture Boulevard project, we've been able to create this digital twin. I don't know if we have the video that we can show. Maybe. It appears we're not able to show the video, but the video gave it, and I'll make sure I share it with the board and the committee here. But the video really highlighted a lot of the work that I just articulated along the MLK corridor, with Marshall School being rehabilitated, as well as the Monarch on MLK campus, AMIC, and how all of those things connect. But also, again, this is being led by the community. Ford DeVille is leading the Cultural Boulevard project. So you'll see placemakers and murals up and down MLK that really be able to highlight the context of the glory of the Ville, while many of these large-scale development projects are moving forward. You can continue to move through the presentation. Talked about that. You can keep going to the DED demolition program. Again, this is a great program where we're taking a block-by-block approach to identify and prioritize buildings that have been sitting dilapidated and vacant, in some cases for 20-plus years, and now seeing these projects that have been deemed unsalvageable to be removed and now see new life coming to these communities is great, and we're excited about the progress that's happening there. A lot of this work couldn't happen without partnership with the Community Development Administration, and so I think we're passing it over now to Noel Pfeffer.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing today? My name is Noel Pfeffer. I serve as Executive Director of the city's Community Development Administration. You've heard about a lot of the work that we're funding in partnership with SLDC from Neil. I'll talk a little bit about some other projects now. Some of the projects that I'm most excited about are our neighborhood beautification projects. Because we held this funding cycle we announced it on St. Louis Day, 314 Day, 2023, where we announced our neighborhood transformation grant funding cycle for community-driven development, for neighborhood associations and CDCs and small community grassroots organizations to beautify that vacant lot or stabilize that vacant building or really drive the development of their neighborhood. And I'm proud to report now that we've made dozens of awards to organizations like North Newstead, the Revitalization of Baden Association, Delmar and Dutchtown Main Streets, Old North St. Louis Restoration Group, Cornerstone CDC, Gravois Park Neighborhood Association, College Hill Foundation, Grow Health Center, Be Well Cafe, Art Place, the Urban League, North Grand Neighborhood Services, St. Joseph Housing Initiative, For the Ville, Jubilee, CDC, and more, and that these grassroots organizations are collectively revitalizing hundreds of vacant lots, parcels, buildings across the city. In partnership as well with awards out of that neighborhood beautification capacity building appropriation to LRA to maintain the thousands of parcels that Neil mentioned, along with awards to the St. Louis Housing Authority to maintain its large portfolio of property, as well as an award to the Refuse Department to procure debris pickup and bulk pickup services. So that's exciting work. Most of these entities that I just named, if not all, have received the first half of their award. They're beneficiaries, which meant we were able to advance those funds and are deploying them to great effect. I also want to talk today a little bit. I'll talk about housing production at the end because I'm going to tag team that with April. But I will talk, as usual, about our home repair program, where I have a new number for you all today because you've heard me talk about this before. But the new number is that this year, as of today, we have provided 1,088 home repairs through the major home repair program, ARPA funded. And the reason for that number being a lot higher than usual is that we really provide actually multiple major home repairs to each homeowner. But we've served hundreds of homeowners, and as of today have also spent, of that $15 million appropriated to CDA, about $9 million for home repair, of the $15 million appropriated for home repair. I'll also share that we've also entered into partnerships with Harambe, Employment Connection, and Mission St. Louis to provide minor home repairs. We've used ARPA funds to create a new online application portal to accelerate that application process and processing time. And we are forgiving the property taxes for some eligible homeowners thus far. We have about 20 eligible homeowners that are going through that process. If we go to the next slide again, before I really dig into housing production, I want to talk about our wonderful partnership with the Regional Arts Commission. And I know you heard a presentation from Vanessa Cooksey on this, so I won't drag this out, but I do want to really shout out what amazing partners they have been in deploying over $10.494 million. They've spent all the money except for their admin, which they're retaining some for closeout, and they've used those funds, $1 million to create 28 murals across the city, another $2.9 million and $2.97 million to provide artist support grants to 190 artists, ranging from hundreds of dollars to tens of thousands of dollars, and finally $6.57 million to provide 60 program and operating support grants to a who's who of St. Louis arts institutions who I think we are all very, very grateful for, especially today, in these days when hope is important. The next program that I'll talk about, if we go to the next slide, I talked about home repair. I'll talk now about housing production because we have allocated and appropriated, or you all have appropriated, on top of the $15 million for home repair, on top of the $4.5 million for home ownership assistance, about $45 million for housing production and preservation. And so I'm pleased to report that we have deployed these funds to dramatically expand and diversify the city's pipeline of affordable housing. Collectively, we have over 2,000 units of ARPA subsidized housing in development. That includes 52 for sale units and 1,970 rental units, and a total city subsidy of $39 million and a total development cost of $425 million. And so you can see how these funds are being leveraged tenfold. I'll also note that this has allowed the city to, as I mentioned, dramatically expand and diversify our pipeline. In total, once you add in our other funding sources, we have over $100 million committed towards 122 projects, developing 3,624 units at a total development cost of $867 million. To put those figures in context, between 2015 and 2019, the city subsidized about 1,000 units of affordable housing with $20 million. And so ARPA has really had a dramatic impact. However, part of the story that we want to tell today is really about how housing production works. And to tell that story with me, I want to ask April to join me. And I think that we have a one-pager. I don't know if it has been distributed in advance or not, but we have a one-pager that really walks you through the process and explains why this takes time, because housing production doesn't happen overnight. So, April, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. Thank you. My name is April Griffin. I'm the Executive Director at the City of St. Louis Affordable Housing Commission. And so this was mentioned earlier about a standard timeline. The standard timeline for housing production is around 6 months for our NOFA RFP evaluation and selection process for approval to take place. And then after that, anywhere from 2.5 to 3.5 years for the project to come into completion. You were passed a form in the packet that you received today towards the back that says ARPA at Work housing process. And it starts with appropriation, which after we received the funds from the board bills being passed, we had to create, along with aligning the intent the purpose, and the mandate on the funds in order to achieve the set goals. As you know, some of our departments receive funds that were out of the norm of what we do and the capacity. So we had to quickly try to streamline our current processes so that we are able to expedite a path to meet the U.S. Treasury's deadlines, and we did that. Also, you have, after that, the staff completion review, rating, and selection process, and then your conditional awards, which are the kickoff call to let and notify all the developers that submitted that they have been selected, in which time they start document collection. And this is a general layout where you don't see exact months next to each point because each project is different. But we call this list our compliance checklist and due diligence, if you will. And there are things that we are required to receive from our developers who are awarded before we could even start drafting the legal documents, because this information needs to go within the documents. Unlike services that were awarded, housing development projects have at least 5, sometimes 6 legal documents that make up the agreement for one project. Within that, you'll see on your list where it says loan agreement, you'll have a promissory note, your deed of trust, your LURA, and your disbursement agreement, and sometime a subordination agreement. But before we even send a request to our city attorney to draft those documents, we collect things such as the legal description, your affordable rent schedule, your notice and instruction to bidders, your sustainability impact statement, your loan calculation sheet, your notice of approval of documents, your MBE, WBE forms, letting us know who you plan to utilize, where your goals are, a HUD, Affirmative Fair Housing Market Plan, project contractors and subcontractors information sheet, certificate of energy standards, notice of final approval, your final budgets, your construction sources and uses, your construction cost breakdown, and the list goes on and on. And that's standard. That is the standard process for making sure that we have a development that is going to do well and is going to stand the audit, stand the accountability tests, and utilize our funds and not wait till the end to find out there are huge errors and holes in the project that we should have done our due diligence on. But I will say, for the sake of the ARPA funds, we have streamlined that process, still making sure that we have good, strong documentation, but allowing some things to be turned in after the legal documents have been drafted. And so after we draft those legal documents, you distribute them to all of the parties, which are your developer, often your general contractor, the title company, attorneys for all parties, and your dispersing agents to review, negotiate, make comments. Some of these entities are local, some are national. And so once again, that takes time to receive and go back and forth, especially with the attorney, as you can imagine. Once we finally get through all of that and come to a firm set of finalized legal documents, we get busy within our own city process. There is a number of forms, letters that the staff types, prepares, copies, assemblage. Once we gather all of our, what we call our contract package, we deliver it to the city councilor's office. From that point, it's going to be anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes a little longer, sometimes a little less. by the time we receive that, what is now an executed contract, an obligation in the eyes of the U.S. Treasury and the city. I will say that where we normally don't receive much from the developers in year one because they're busy dealing with all of their funders, acquiring and securing their property, going through requirements for MHDC and their financing, we have been able to really push and expedite that process to where in the majority of our ARPA contracts in year one have been awarded and executed. We have some contracts on housing developments that are currently under construction. We have some contracts that have the projects completed and some are still in pre-development. And at any stage within this process that you have on your sheet, there are unforeseen circumstances that can take place. So just keep that in mind. Noel, do you have anything to add before we go to the aid?
Yes, if I may, a couple of quick points. And you did an amazing job going through why this process does typically take anywhere from 2 to 5 years. I think it's fair to say, but we have accelerated it for ARPA funds, obviously, to meet the deadlines. We're thankful at CDA that we don't need to go through the environmental and historic review process for these. However, on the other side, we are working with a lot of first-time recipients of federal funds. And that's another element that does slow things down. The areas where we see people get stuck most often include either finding the capital for design drawings up front or insurance. The insurance market today is very challenging, and the city requires a lot of different types of insurance. And as April suggested, especially projects with complex capital stacks with multiple parties do slow down. The final point I'll make is that the purpose of the Economic Justice Action Plan is to layer together diverse series of investments so that we're investing in housing, we're investing in the built environment, we're investing in vacancy, but we're also investing in people, in early child care, in access to health care by investing in our FQHCs, in the arts, in internet access, in small businesses. And the purpose is to really seed a regenerative ecosystem where the city can lead in reversing decades of disinvestment and the market can follow. Back to you, April.
Okay, the next slide that's up is some key successes for the Affordable Housing Commission. The Affordable Housing Commission received $18.6 million between the 2022 and 2023, and I believe the fall of 2021. And those were for services as well as housing development. With these funds, we partnered with 13 nonprofits and created contracts and 25 development projects and contracts. We had $12 million in affordable housing production, which generated 527 affordable housing assistant units, meaning that's the number of units that our funds were distributed to, but not the total set of units within that development. And so our funds helped to leverage 1,677 low to moderate income units within the projects that we funded, and a total of 2,191 units of low to moderate income and market rate units within these projects. We also received $1.5 million for benefits navigators. We were able to partner with nonprofits to create programs such as immigrants and migrants that were assisted in benefit navigations, and also enrolling Medicare and Medicaid and recertifying residents, low-income residents, through our federally funded healthcare centers. We also received $2 million for tiny homes, in which we created 100 new tiny homes, 50 for veterans and 50 for homeless individuals at Jefferson Spaces. We were also appropriated $2 million in community-driven food production for innovative urban farming concepts that created teacher curriculum for urban farming classes and outreach activities. They also expanded and created new urban farm locations and installed more garden plant beds. We also produced pounds of produce that were distributed throughout the community in the HUD census tracts that are approved. They were also expanded meal delivery into some of these same disinvested and disenfranchised communities. There were programs that cooked healthy meals and delivered to low-income seniors who had health conditions. And then there was mass distribution of boxes and food that included fresh produce and non-perishables. We also had $250,000 for community outreach, where individual caseworkers and health workers went out and canvassed throughout the streets and connected with individuals who were homeless and connected them with places to stay and resources, even for those who refused to go into the shelters. Lastly, we had $850,000 for legal assistance, which provided tenant and landlord mediation, eviction prevention. We had legal assistance that was at the weekly eviction dockets that helped and assisted people who were at threat of being evicted. And with that, I will stop and turn it back over to Jared.
Thank you, April and Noel. We're going to actually, we'll give information here, just an assortment of investments in parks, vehicle fleet needs, voting booths, technology, but I think it's imperative that we hear from some of our partners because we absolutely could not do this work without their cooperation and collaboration.
Okay, yes, thank you. Deep breath. Some of our colleagues, I don't want you to misinterpret their having to leave. They will definitely be watching the replays. They will be watching later. Some of them have legislative assistants in the room, and they wanted me to make sure that they note the importance and the value of you all taking the time to be here today. We understand that this is our responsibility to share this information, and the only opportunity that we get to share this information this way is in committee. And the only opportunity that you all can participate this way is in committee. So again, I thank you all for being here today. Everyone from the public that's going to speak, if you can raise your right hand, we'll go ahead and swear you all in at the same time. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth? All right. Madam Clerk, we'll go ahead and start.
I have Gary Wells, Jean Slade's Girls and Boys Club.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Gary Wells. I'm the Facilities and Compliance Manager at Jean Slade's Girls and Boys Club of St. Louis. Jean Slade's Girls and Boys Club has been an institution serving the needs of children in low-income and high-risk neighbor households since 1929. We moved to our current site in Soulard in 1959, and in 2021, we added a second service site in the Dutchtown neighborhood. Thanks to the strong funding sources like the ARPA funds, which we receive through the Office of Violence Prevention, Jean Slade's Girls and Boys Club is able to continue the tradition of offering a wide selection of after-school and summer programs. These programs are designed to meet one or more of our core competency areas, which are academic support and assistance, athletics, character building, healthy living, the arts, and college and career readiness. Jean Slade's Girls and Boys Club has a history of recognizing the need to intervene in the lives of young people who are at risk of falling through the cracks. In addition to the core competencies already mentioned, we have trauma-informed care staff on site. Through our carefully designed curriculum, we provide youth with the tools which can strengthen academic performance, develop healthy interpersonal relationships, and build confidence of each individual within a network of motivated peers. Without the firm footing provided by the financial resources available through the ARPA grants, Jean Slay's Girls and Boys Club would be forced to rely more heavily on seasonal and event-driven donations, as well as grants that are much smaller and have much more restrictions. Such funding would likely reduce our ability to provide the scope of programs which we are currently able to provide. Jean Slay's Girls and Boys Club is very grateful for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Office of Violence Prevention, and we certainly hope that the ARPA funding and other city-approved funding continues to be available so that we can continue to meet the needs of children in our community.
Alderwoman, we have 2 people online as well. Abdullah.
Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. I wanted to really just talk about the impact that ARPA has had. I'm Abdullah, Executive Director of Park Central Development. One of the issues that we have been facing within the city has been a massive impact that came as a result of COVID, but also just the economic conditions in the city. And those conditions were home foreclosures. And we'd have quite a few homes that were under really growth pressure from not only redevelopment of taxes going up, but also from just a lack of dollars that families had in order to pay their taxes. We received over $1 million of ARPA funding for a program called RETAF, which is the Real Estate Tax Assistance Program. And what that program does is that any home that's in the city that has a tax lien that's put on their home and they will lose their home due to foreclosure for not being able to pay the taxes, we were able to assist them with removing their home from the tax sale by helping them to pay the tax lien, but also to get them attached to wraparound services, which included whether it's financial literacy as well as estate planning if they had issues with their liens on their homes, or if they had issues with estate planning to be able to transfer the home to other family members. This program was actually able to assist. We were able to serve 152 homes over the past 3 years with taking them off of the tax sale and also assist another 128 people to get off of the tax sale for a total of 280 people. We were able to save their homes over the last 3 years due to the funding we received. So the average income for those families who we assisted was $25,000 a year. So with that being the case, this program has had a significant impact on not only home foreclosures, but to prevent gentrification and anti-displacement in the city of St. Louis, particularly neighborhoods that are along the corridor that are under growth pressure due to revitalization happening. And what this program has allowed is for homeowners to not only to A, stay in their home, but then B, participate in the wealth building that's occurring on these corridors and throughout the city. So this has been very impactful, and it's been a need, and there will continue to be a need in the city for this. So thank you.
Andwele Jolly.
Good afternoon to the Board of Aldermen. My name is Ndwele Jolly. I serve as the President and CEO of the St. Louis Integrated Health Network. Centering community health centers, our mission is to ensure that we build capacity across sectors to advance health equity and improve well-being by increasing access to health and social services. And during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a disproportionate impact on the city residents here in St. Louis. And as a result of the systemic and structural barriers limiting access to health care, federally qualified health centers bore the brunt of this impact and with the least amount of resources. And if not for the city of St. Louis and the ARPA funding, it is likely that our health centers would have not been able to sustain the impact of the pandemic. We are grateful to Dr. Marty Swat-Shayo Davis and the Department of Health for providing $1.5 million to ensure that over 5,000 uninsured city residents were tested, vaccinated, and treated for COVID-19. In addition to providing access to COVID-19 services, we are thankful to the city and the Affordable Housing Commission for providing about approximately $1 million to help over 5,000 of our residents navigate and acquire health insurance, which is an essential part of remaining healthy during the pandemic. Our sincere appreciation to Alderwoman Shamim Clark Hubbard for shepherding the bill that provided over $12.9 million to renovate dilapidated FQHC infrastructure and build new access points. We also thank Dr. Mati for her championship and Noel from CDA for his partnership on these capital-funded projects. In addition to ARPA-funded projects, we partnered with Will Pinkney and the Office of Violence Prevention to relaunch our ReLink Justice Initiative program, providing supported reentry services inclusive of access to behavioral health and primary care services. OVP provided approximately $330,000 in funding, creating our region's first transition clinic in partnership with St. Louis University for justice-involved individuals. Most recently, the Department of Health also provided us $250,000 to develop a workforce analysis and plan to ensure that FQHCs are prepared to meet the needs of our residents, not only today, but in the future. Without the steadfast support of the Mayor, Board of Aldermen, Department of Health, CDA, AHC, and OVP, our city residents would suffer far greater health inequities. And on behalf of the Federally Qualified Health Centers, Affinia Healthcare Centers, Betty Jean Kerr People's Health Centers, CareSteel Health, and Family Care Health Centers, we thank you for your support and commitment to improving the health and well-being of our patients and fellow residents. Thank you.
Gina Faraya.
Good afternoon. My name is Gina Farrar, and I'm the Director of Grants and Special Projects at Places for People. Places for People has provided mental health and substance use services in St. Louis for over 50 years, and we now serve 3,000 people. The people we serve are extremely high need and often have significant trauma histories, chronic health conditions, co-occurring disorders, and multiple other risk factors related to social determinants of health. Due to the complexity of these cases, they're often transient, hard to reach, and underserved. Places for People has received 3 ARPA grants, 2 through the Homeless Services Division, and another from the Behavioral Health Bureau. These grants have had an incredible impact on the lives of the people we serve and the ability of our staff to provide those services. On an individual level, funds allow us to combat barriers to treatment access and increase the number of and equity with which people can access services. Over 75% of our agency revenue is generated by reimbursement for clinical services. That Medicaid revenue does not cover our expenses related to basic needs and treatment access. We estimate nearly $1.5 million in these type of tangible client assistance expenses each year, things like bus tickets, medication costs, cell phones, food, rent, and utility bills. It's apparent that the hierarchy of needs greatly impacts an individual's ability to effectively engage and sustain engagement in treatment. When individuals have access to medications, food, transportation, and housing, they are more able to fully engage in services consistently. Since the pandemic, we are encountering more people who are unhoused or unstably housed. They're coming to us from shelters or couch surfing, and they're arriving hungry and without benefits. We need to be able to offer those people a nutritious meal and a bus ticket to get back to us the next day. We need to be able to provide medications in that moment when they're seeking help. People need IDs to apply for housing and for work. And sometimes having an outstanding utility bill or rent deposit paid is the final hurdle for someone securing stable housing. We know that if we can meet these basic needs, people will come to treatment, and data shows that if they continue to come to treatment more than 90 days, they have the best chance of getting better. And yet prior to these ARPA funds, funding sources had been nearly non-existent. On a much larger level, these funds flowing through city departments have resulted in system-level changes. We've experienced improved service coordination and service integration. Homeless service grants have afforded us additional HMIS licenses, improving our use of the coordinated entry system, and essential platforms for securing housing vouchers. Being better resourced has led to resource sharing, such as using grant funds to house our clients in respite or recovery housing. This not only benefits our clients, but also creates and expands opportunities to partner and co-locate services. Our homeless service grants have resulted in increased COC involvement, and our behavioral health grant has helped grow our co-located services at Mission STL. Over the last several years, ARPA funds have been an invaluable resource. They've allowed us to serve more clients and to serve them better, and they are helping us build a more interconnected service system for clients in the future. Thank you.
Runke Falter?
Good afternoon. My name is Ron Kafalati. I am the CEO of Corriday House, and we've received a $500,000 award to provide comprehensive doula care to mothers in the St. Louis City and in our promise zones. Our whole mission is to empower doulas and birth workers in order to transform maternal care. I apologize you don't have these slides in front of you, but I will go through it in sequential order. So we know that we have a maternal health crisis, and we know there are countless studies that tell us that doulas and birth workers provide culturally competent care, and that when women have access to doulas, they have better outcomes. In the state of Missouri, Missouri lags behind in serving mothers. We rank number 46 out of 50 in maternal mortality. We have 44% of the counties in Missouri are classified as maternity care deserts. We also know that Black women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and we know that 4 in 5 of those deaths are preventable. Even when we hold for education and income, this threefold disparity still persists. As of 2021, only 6% of doulas in the U.S. identifying as Black or African American. And despite all the proven benefits of doula care, the number of practicing doulas remains insufficient to meet the needs of expectant mothers. So what does the data tell us about doulas transforming care? Well, we know that women who receive doula care have a 57.5% lower odds of postpartum depression or anxiety. Postpartum depression and anxiety costs us $14.2 billion a year. We know that women who receive doula care have a 52.9% lower odds of cesarean delivery. And we know that pregnant people who receive doula care are 2 times to 4 times less likely to have a birth complication. Their children have a higher birth weight. They have an increase in breastfeeding, and their entire maternal confidence goes up. So I tell you all of this to say how we are leveraging the ARPA funds. So one of the biggest barriers to having more access to doula care and birth work care is the lack of sustainable income. It's the work-life balance challenges, it's insufficient business infrastructure and support. Well, at Corriday House, our mission is to empower our doulas and birth workers to transform our care. So this $500,000 grant is for 2024 to 2026. And
Ms. Ronke, that's your time.
Oh. Thank you. The biggest thing I would say is that without the funds, we wouldn't be able to provide these kind of services to our 8 doulas and to be able to service these women, to actually give them a sustainable income so that they can stay in the profession. And when they stay in the profession, we know that we transform maternal care. Thank you.
Anthony D'Agostino.
Good afternoon. Anthony D'Agostino, Peter and Paul Community Services. And I'm here representing the organization that received quite a bit of ARPA money over the last couple of years. And specifically, a lot of that ARPA money was focused on having us relocate our current shelter, the oldest male shelter in the St. Louis city, from a basement to an upper or above ground level facility, which we found earlier this year and have now taken some of our clients who were sleeping in a basement of an 1850s church and are now above ground in a facility that has plenty of room and green space outside. We received funding from ARPA, from from Department of Human Services, about $1 million to secure a property, and then $798,000 to operate that for the first year and get us off our feet. We also received $1.7 million from the Affordable Housing Commission and some extending money coming from CDA. So all around the board, thanking all of those leaders and everyone who was involved in helping us do this. Once again, the day we moved, just as an anecdote, we had a flood in the basement of the church. That church basement floods about 5 times per year, and it's connected to the sewage system. So several inches of sewage while those individuals had to live in that basement. So a huge benefit to the clients that we serve and to the people that are the most in the most need and the most vulnerable in our community. So we just wanted to say thank you for that, and it's obviously having a huge immediate impact on their lives. Thanks.
Daniel Burren.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Daniel Buran. I'm an attorney with Legal Services of Eastern Missouri. I'm also the program director of our housing eviction law program, which is using ARPA funds to effectuate the Right to Counsel program that was passed. So the City of St. Louis Department of Human Services issued a contract in August 2024 to Legal Services, which uses ARPA funds in part to help with eviction problems for St. Louis residents. This contract was issued in response to the Right to Counsel ordinance passed by the Board of Aldermen. As a nonprofit law firm, Legal Services must rely on grants and donations to perform its work of providing free legal help to persons living with low income and often low opportunity. This ARPA grant funding is critical to support legal services representation, legal advice, legal information, and legal education to St. Louis City residences facing eviction. The funding specifically supports 2.5 full-time employee attorneys on the housing eviction law program called Help STL City. Just 2 quick examples of clients that we helped recently are Mrs. A, who is a senior whose landlord filed a rented possession lawsuit against her. A Help STL attorney entered his appearance, negotiated a settlement whereby the client would vacate the property in exchange for dismissal of the lawsuit. This client received additional time to vacate as a result of the attorney's involvement, allowing her to smoothly transition to new housing. She also avoided a money judgment of $1,644.50, and her attorney was able to have the security level of the case raised, removing it from public view in CaseNet. This raised security level will help Ms. A in finding future places to live, as a potential landlord will not be able to find this eviction case against her in CaseNet, which is the Missouri court's database of all cases in the system. Case summary number 2 was Mrs. B and her husband contacted Help STL City through Legal Services court table outside of the housing docket at the St. Louis City Circuit Court. They and their 5 children have been living in substandard conditions and had withheld rent due to the landlord's failure to make repairs and address habitability concerns in the rental home. This included leaking ceilings, mold, infestations of roaches, mice, electrical hazards, missing smoke and CO2 detectors, leaking windows, and a missing stair railing. The landlord also failed to obtain an occupancy permit before the family moved into the rental. Despite these conditions, the landlord filed an eviction lawsuit seeking unpaid rent, and after a legal services attorney obtained a longer court continuance for the trial, this allowed the family additional time to relocate to more suitable housing, and the landlord agreed to dismiss the case. The family avoided a money judgment of over $7,000 in back rent, and Legal Services was also able to get the security level of that case raised as well. So we're able to use these ARPA funds to help the people that are immediately facing eviction and homelessness in our community, and we hope that they're renewed. Thank you.
Kathy Connors.
Good afternoon, and hopefully that didn't indicate my time's up. So my name is Kathy Connors. I'm the executive director at Gateway 180, and we were very fortunate to be able to use ARPA funds in a very innovative way. We were able to negotiate with the Department of Human Services to develop a Gateway 180 ARPA-funded shelter to housing program. This was a rapid rehousing program funded to the tune of roughly $500,000. The objective of this program was to initiate increased motivation for individuals and families to enter shelter or transitional living, to increase the probability of engagement in the services that do reduce housing barriers, to increase behaviors of positive compliance, and to redefine shelter as a transitional living space, and of course, to increase the number of families housed. The program extended from October of 22 to September of 2024 and did have to prematurely end due to the fact that the funds were exhausted. Budget included case management, housing navigation, on-site counseling, therapy, and mental health services, which was great and unique to the program, funds to support housing applications, deposits, and rental assistance. Most of the families that participated in this program did require up to 18 months of rental assistance. We were able to move 57 families with the assistance of this program. This included 161 individuals. With this program and with these moves, these families were able to move within 30 days of their program referral. And the success rate of this housing program was 94%. So we had a very, very minimal amount of individuals who were not able to move on to full independence and full housing stability. So while many of the program participants have graduated, they are able to stay, and 45% of those families do remain connected to Gateway 180 via our post-shelter case management program, which is encouraging, sorry about that, as these families remain supported. We are very grateful for the ARPA funds as they provided an increased opportunity to fund multiple households, multiple kiddos, and provide stability for not only those households, but for our community. Thank you.
Gianna Bridges.
Good afternoon. My name is Janayla Bridges, and I am a clerk typist here in the St. Louis City Registrar's Office. But before I was a clerk typist here, I was a Slate intern with their youth program, and thanks to ARPA funds, they helped fund my internship. So I'm gonna give you a little bit about my experience with that. So my experience with the Slate Summer Youth program at the City
Ms. Bridges, could you please speak into the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry. At the City Registrar's Office was great. I've always had a deep interest in working in an office type environment. So when I told Slate what type of work I wanted to do, they found the perfect position for me. During my internship at the City Registrar's Office under Register Sims, I learned a lot of new skills such as data entry, typing skills, data filing management, customer service, and I also led other interns with the restoration of the Registrar's Office file room. So learning all these interesting skills inspired me to apply for a permanent position at the clerk typist, as a clerk typist when it opened up at the City Registrar's Office. I interviewed and I got the position as a clerk typist due to my experience in the Registrar's Office as a Slate summer youth intern. So as I continue my position here in the Registrar's Office, I hope to learn and thrive more as I grow in my position here at the Registrar's Office. And this concludes my testimony.
Randall Richardson.
I'm Randall Richardson, Associate Director of Justice and Crisis Response Operations at Behavioral Health Response. I'm here to speak to what ARPA has enabled us to do. BHR, the acronym people might more recognize, has been around about 30 years now, providing in-the-moment 24-hour support on crisis lines. We are the largest provider of 988 services in the state of Missouri, but with ARPA funding, we've been able to expand and launch the Crisis Response Unit, the purple shirts, which people community-wide are more familiar with. I was an original co-responder that rode with police officers back in 2021. Up until this date, from 2021's inception until now, we've been able to assess about 20,000. We've been averaging pretty decent numbers. I try to keep it short and keep it to the point, but through these 20,000 we've assessed, we've been able to keep a hospitalization rate, or really diversion from hospitalization, at 90%, meaning only 10% of the people that we've been engaging with over these past years have actually gone to the hospital who would have otherwise had no other choice but to go to the hospital for psychiatric care. We've been able to divert to other services. On the justice side of the model, we've been able to divert that every scene that we go to where people would have in the past might have only had the chance to just be jailed. We've diverted 99% of those cases. Only 1% of the people that we've assessed of those 20,000 have gone to jail, unfortunately, for whatever circumstances. From that point that we've launched the Crisis Response Unit, we've been able to launch also, about a year ago, a community-centered response team, which is basically the same skill set as crew, but they don't ride with officers for various reasons. That might be somewhat intimidating or other circumstances for people to have police response. It also frees up our city resources to respond to more appropriate calls. So we have a unit of social work / mental health professionals that respond without police officers. On the back end, we have follow-up services enabled by ARPA funding that has allowed us to respond to these people that we have assessed on the initial crisis scene to be followed up with within 48 hours. That encompasses our care team, and through all of that wrapping around, we've been able to see pretty significant numbers, low recidivism, people not coming back into care. And MasterCard told us in our first 8 months that we saved in doing this, our city here in St. Louis, about $4 million just in our first 8 months of service as a crisis response unit. Thank you.
Adam Butler.
Hello, I'm Adam Butler from the new Show Me Peace program. I want to show my gratitude and appreciation to the city and the Harper Fund for funding such an untraditional job and skill set that is greatly needed throughout our city to deal with the violent behaviors that have been developed over the decades. We have 4 sites: Dutchtown, Greaterville, Wells Goodfellow, and Walnut Park site, which I work at, which has been overly aggressive, overly violent for over 25 to 30 years, which had adapted a name called Murderville. Walnut Park site was well on their way to 365 days without a homicide until last month in the target area that I am assigned to work in. We are responsible for over 50% of the crime rate and the shooting stopping behind the work we do behind the scenes that a lot of people wouldn't dare to go in. We're responsible for consistent engagement, intervening, interrupting, and mediating situations that a lot of people couldn't figure out how to do. This mental illness that a lot of people have, which I realized in the recent decade that I had that issue too. So I understand the youth and what they go through. So I'm dedicated my life, what I'm saying, with great passion to sit up here and help the city reconstruct and change things. And it's not enough people to do the work. And we still got to build and still got to perform a lot of different things, make a lot of events and pair with a lot of people, because we're bridging gaps between the elders and the youth that has spread so far apart. where elders have become prisoners in their own home. And we are here to repair the relationships and put the village back in place that wasn't raised a child.
Marcus Haskins.
Thank you to the board and the committee. I'm Marcus Haskins. I'm a violence interrupter in Dutchtown. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to be able to work in my community that I live in. I actually graduated from Roosevelt. I had my troubles in my lifetime, which I was able to exalt resources to come back and still be in the community that I live in and be able to help someone help us. I just want to tell you guys that we really appreciate the opportunity to basically help out in areas, like he was saying, that a lot of people wouldn't stand up and try to do this type of work. For the most part, being able to do something I loved before this program came, I wear a lot of different hats with over in Dutchtown, but Show Me Peace gave me that piece of me to help other people. And I just want to say thank you. All right.
Shahir Betty.
Good afternoon to the board and those in attendance. My name is Shahir Betty. I am the program manager of Show Me Peace by way of Mission St. Louis, commissioned by the Office of Violence Prevention. We also too want to say thank you to our CVI cohort partners that help us do this most needed and challenging work. I won't bore you with a lot of numbers. I'll just go directly to what we've been able to do since February. So this is a 4-year crime data analysis report from the city of St. Louis, but we're only concerned about the work that we've been able to do in the last year. So from 2023 to 2024, Dutchtown has had a 67% reduction in gun violence in our catchment, in our assigned catchment in Dutchtown. We've had a 43% reduction in gun violence in the Ville. We've had 100% up until, as my brother stated a month ago, almost 100% reduction in gun violence, homicides particularly, in Walden Park. And then Wells Goodfellow, we've had 88% reduction in gun violence. I just want to say on behalf of Show Me Peace, Mission St. Louis, that we're extremely grateful for the opportunity to go back into our neighborhoods, into our communities, and be a part of the solution that we were once a part of the problem. We created some of those situations. We contributed to some of that violence, some of those negative behaviors. And so now to be funded, to be wounded healers that are able to go back into our communities, speak to our communities, people that know us, know where we used to be, know where we come from, and have relationships with those individuals to say, hey, you can do something different. You can do something better. And this funding has allowed us the opportunity to do that. And we ask that you please continue that funding, grow that funding so we can expand our reach, because there are other neighborhoods that we don't touch that are greatly in need of our services. So just keep that in mind when we talk about where this money should go. We're not law enforcement, but I think we had the same objective in mind, and that's to keep our neighborhoods safe. And we try to do that from within by connecting and engaging with the community. Thank you all again.
Jason Watson.
Good afternoon to the board and to everybody that's present. My name is Jason Watson. I'm the Senior VP of Engagement with Mission St. So we've had the pleasure of receiving ARPA funds in 2 different ways. One is through our Beyond Jobs program, which allows us to fund wraparound services for individuals that we work with. We've been doing that work in Mission St. Louis for over 15 years, and to be able to continue in that work is huge for us. But I want to spend most of my time talking about Show Me Peace, because we know that ARPA funds allowed us to not only fund this program, but really to kick it off. And for me, what's so important when I think about this is over the last year, we've hired almost 30 individuals. everybody on my team has even either directly experienced gun violence or they have experienced the trauma or impact themselves of that gun violence, or they were involved themselves in the violence that we experienced. What that means is before we even start talking about the numbers and the work that they do, we've already taken a group of people that we're pouring into and invested in that would otherwise, and myself included, be a problem. So we don't even got to talk about the percentages when we just look at the people that we've been developing. And then when we go into the work that we're actually able to do to be in these environments, for those that may not know, my guys and girls work from 5 p.m. to 1 a.m. Some of us don't even want to ride through some of these areas at that time. So we've come to understand that being able to fund this program has allowed us not only to train individuals for this work, pull people out of the spaces that they would have otherwise been in, but then it's allowed us to deploy those same individuals to do this work because it's their influence, it's their respect that allows this work that we do to work. I often say when somebody feels disrespected, the only way you calm that person down is when you send somebody that they respect. What makes Show Me Peace work and what makes all of these guys that you see walking around work is because they're respected. And most of the violence that we see in our city starts with disrespect. So we want to send people that are respected into those spaces to not just march around and wait for things to happen, but to have a real model and a real plan and a real strategy to intervene and to make sure that we diffuse these situations. That's our heartbeat. And our ARPA funds have allowed us to not only do that, but to continue to do it. So thank you.
Lieutenant John Applegate.
Good afternoon. I'm Lieutenant John Applegate. I'm the commander of St. Louis City Intelligence. We received $2.6 million in ARPA funding to share with City ITSA. Of that $2.6 million, Intel used just under $2 million of it. With that, we purchased 26 highly visible cameras. Those are the cameras you see with the red and blue flashing lights. We use those to replace cameras that were no longer effective, and then we used some of those new cameras in sites that didn't have cameras previously. We also purchased 20 mobile trailers, which are mobile cameras that can be used when there is not sufficient fiber and infrastructure to support a hardwired camera. The breakdowns of that, like I said, came up to just under $2 million. So we're very appreciative of the technology that we're able to purchase with the ARPA funding. Thank you.
Melissa Bodie.
Thank you. I'm Melissa Bodie. I'm the Vice President of Philanthropy for Parents as Teachers National Center, and I'm here to talk about the doula services that we provide to pregnant and birthing people. Parents as Teachers National Center is the model developer and implementer of over 890 affiliates and parent partnering organizations that serve 200,000 children across the U.S. We also operate a direct service affiliate in the city of St. Louis and Normandy Schools Collaborative that was awarded ARPA funds and has successfully utilized almost all of those funds. $178,040 awarded in 3 cycles since February of 2023, and we are almost down to our last bit because we know that we have a community of people who want and need this service, and we've developed a model to give it to them. When interviewed on Meet the Press, a recipient of our doula services said, "I am very grateful to Ms. Robin. If she wasn't here, I don't know what would have happened with me or my child." Another recipient, "If it wouldn't have been for Tara, I would have listened to my doctor and laid there and died." Parents as Teachers isn't always known for saving lives, but that's just what ARPA funds have allowed us to do. Since February of 2023, because of ARPA funds, Show Me Strong Families Parents' Teachers Affiliate has served 74 birthing people with a trained and certified doula, helping to address the maternal mortality crisis, especially among people of color. Show Me Strong Families Parents' Teachers doulas assist during the pregnancy, labor, and postpartum phases. Their services include 2 prenatal visits, 1 presence at the birth, and 1 postnatal visit, helping families build protective factors, manage health concerns and the healthcare system, and access vital community resources such as mental health and early childhood support groups. Services are provided at no cost. Show Me Strong Families has a presence in women's shelters, including Almost Home, Haven of Grace, Our Lady's Inn, and Good Shepherd. Overall, 87% of the families that Show Me Strong Families serve survives on a low income, and around 25% are young parents. Kaylin was a doula recipient and said, "I learned about the program during a prenatal visit at the homeless shelter, and that's where I met Miss Robin. She was the best thing that could have happened to me during my pregnancy. Although my daughter's dad was present during her birth, Miss Robin made me feel peace and brought a lot of peace to my heart. In fact, she stayed with me the entire time I was in labor for 14 hours, and I don't recall her leaving to eat or anything. She didn't leave until my baby was delivered, and for that I am most grateful." 4 of Show Me Strong Families, 5 doulas are Black, and 1 is Latina, providing services in Spanish. And they reflect the majority of the population that they serve, which we know is incredibly important to giving these services. Each doula is provided a stipend per birth in addition to their salary as a parent educator. ARPA funds have also provided for lactation supplies and lactation consultant times for moms who've elected to breastfeed and for new mom support groups. Doula services are integrated with Parents as Teachers, evidence-based model that offer long-term support to families for children ages birth and prenatal pregnancy through kindergarten completion. I want to end, I mentioned 72 births. I'm happy to say that of those births, the outcomes there, 71 were healthy. 1 was a miscarriage, and no deaths were prevented or reported. Only 2 babies had complications resulting in NICU stays, and both ultimately have recovered and were fine. Thank you.
Chris Stevens.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. I feel privileged to have been able to hear all of the great work that the ARPA funds have offered us, and a little saddened to know that that money is not continuing. So St. Patrick's Center, you're familiar with, homeless service provider, broad range of services from shelter, day center, mental health services, permanent supportive, rapid rehousing, a broad range of opportunities there. The one thing that I think we were, the ARPA funds provided us opportunities to address many different things and expanding some of our services. Probably the signature program, though, was our Grace House, which was the safe haven shelter that we were able to open up, serving 25 men and women. These are individuals, high needs, typically have been kicked out of 4 or 5 other shelters before they get to us, so they really have nowhere else to go. We've served approximately 220 individuals over the last 2 years. The great news there is by having a very dedicated staff, 24/7 support and case management, we've actually seen a 53% success rate in finding housing or treatment programs to get these individuals into, which is well above what the average shelter results are. Beyond the Grace House, other areas of opportunity that we took advantage of, the permanent supportive housing, we're able to serve an extra 143 individuals. Source services, where we can connect individuals to Social Security benefits, 91 individuals. Rental assistance, 112 families, over 220 individuals. Utility support, opened up a warming center that served over 1,000 individuals, expanded food pantry access, transportation help, bus passes, those things. Overall, there's a great deal of need out there. It was, we're grateful with the opportunity to be able to serve those individuals, and hope to be able to do more in the future. Thank you.
The speakers online, would you please turn your mics and your cameras on to testify?
Just in case, can you all raise your right hand and swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, just in case we missed you out earlier? Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Jean Sikora.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for having the Zoom. I hope you can hear me okay. I am the program director of the Dunica Sobering Support Center with Preferred Family Healthcare. And I want to say thank you so much for the support. The ARPA funds gave us the startup costs, allowed us to buy supplies and furnishings. If you've never been to Sobering, I invite you to come by and see it. It's a beautiful location. It's a crisis stabilization unit for people who are actively under the influence of alcohol or other drugs. It's unique. It's the only one in the state, and we're the only one in the nation that offers a myriad of other services like case management, peer support services, access to withdrawal management, outpatient treatment services, transportation, just all the kinds of things that we know the clients that we're serving face. I want to talk just 1 second about some of the cost savings. We have been able to save about $6.5 million for the city of St. Louis. And I want to specifically, I guess, highlight the law enforcement relationship. We work hand in hand with law enforcement in the city of St. Louis as a resource for them. They've referred 409 people to the Sobering Center, and that saved them just under $1 million in not just actual funding, but time. So an officer typically spends 2 hours at a booking, or they can spend up to 12, 14, 16 hours at a hospital emergency room if they have to take someone there, when what that person really needs is to come to the Sobering Center. We get law enforcement officers back out on the street within 5 to 7 minutes. So we save a significant amount of money and time in that way as well. And the last thing I really want to say is that every single person I've heard testify already, except the doulas, because we don't work really with pregnant women so much, we've partnered with every single one of those folks that also have received ARPA fundings. And what that says to me is how much the city is invested in changing the story of the city of St. Louis. And to be a part of changing the story of the city of St. Louis is incredibly meaningful to me. So I really appreciate that opportunity. And again, I invite anyone to come and visit the Sobering Center at any time. Thank you.
Huvonia Watkins.
Good afternoon. My name is Havana Watkins, and I'm the executive director at Almost Home. Almost Home is a maternal shelter that has been around for 31 years in the city of St. Louis. And our mission is to empower young moms to become self-sufficient and create a better future for themselves. With this wonderful funding from ARPA, we have been able to have an on-site doula for 10 hours a week since July of 2023. We have been able to help with all the pregnancy-associated issues that may arise. Being a teenager at the age of 16, between 16 and 21, and having this support has really been very helpful. The mothers here have received emotional and mental support. We also have been able to receive additional services from a therapist that specifies in helping mothers through baby blues and postpartum period for up to 1 year postpartum. Educational guidance and childbirth educations every month are offered to our moms that are on site on our campus or in our apartments across the street. And this is 6 hours of training and education they would otherwise not have access to. Additionally, we help them with birth advocacy. Our doula is able to take time off and transport them into one of our vehicles to their doctor's appointments to help them with some of the questions and issues that may arise during their pregnancy or postpartum or with their newborn infant that they may not have felt comfortable speaking about as well. The doula is also there during childbirth and labor with physical comfort and ideas and things to help them so that they can have an uneventful birth and delivery. They have this access where they're able to also have someone there with them once they come home and give them postpartum support and ask those questions, answer any ideas they may have, along with receiving safe sleep education on how to sleep with their newborn child and additional children they may also have in the home. This is reducing stress and improving outcomes for all of our moms. We know the maternal mortality rate in St. Louis City, and I don't have to duplicate that because we've heard it a number of times. But the access that they now have because we are able to provide this on-site doula service is insurmountable, and we are very appreciative of the funding that we receive from ARPA. Thank you.
Laura Halfman Morris.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Halfman Morris, and I'm a social worker and the co-manager of the Lasting Solutions Family Law Unit at Legal Services of Eastern Missouri. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'll add that as
She's rejoining.
hello, can you hear me again?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'll start over. I'm not sure where it cut off, but my name is Laura Halfman Morris, and I'm a social worker and the co-manager of the Lasting Solutions Family Law Unit at Legal Services of Eastern Missouri. Thank you for the opportunity to join this afternoon. And as a South City resident, I'm really proud of the work that our city, the money where our city has chosen to put ARPA dollars in the ways that are described today. Because of ARPA dollars, more survivors of domestic violence have received support to fight for safety and stability in their families. You've also heard from my coworker, Daniel Buran, who spoke about the critical impact of ARPA dollars on our housing team. These funds have also greatly benefited our family law work. Through the Office of Violence Prevention's Community Violence Intervention Grant, Legal Services receives funds to provide free legal representation to survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault in orders of protection or restraining orders, in custody cases, and in divorces. There's also social workers on staff to help to assist survivors in finding housing and financial resources to keep the lights on, to pay rent. We also make referrals to things like counseling that can be critical for a family. We offer court support, and we're engaging in safety planning while someone is going through the legal process. ARPA funds have helped us expand our program greatly, and we now have 2 attorneys and 2 social workers fully dedicated to working with survivors in St. Louis City. The civil legal system gives survivors tangible tools to separate from an abusive partner safely. These are individuals who otherwise would not likely be able to afford an attorney. These survivors have been under the power and control and the violence of their former intimate partner, and they're trying to get free safely. Often a huge barrier for someone leaving an abusive partner is what's going to happen to their kids. Fights over who will have the kids and when often leads to further conflict between parents. Even custody exchanges can become very confrontational. And in St. Louis City, we've had instances where they've become deadly. However, with legal representation, we help these survivors create a parenting plan that is then court-ordered and gives an opportunity and a pathway forward for longer-term stability. With ARPA funds, we've represented 115 clients in St. Louis City. with these life-saving interventions, impacting over 250 children. Without this funding, quite simply, we would not have reached these folks. This funding is directly creating safer families and thus a safer community, and it's essential for us to continue our work. Thank you for the opportunity to hear these stories.
Okay, so now we'll bring back up Mr. Boyd to close us out. I think I want to thank again everyone who's listening. I've been getting texts on my phone about people that are just listening, engaged, and inspired about the collaboration, the partnership, the justice, the hope, the action that has been reflected in these presentations today. And so again, that's why I think that we can't take enough time with making sure we share this, the humanity, I think it was mentioned earlier, the humanity side of this funding. We can see the numbers on spreadsheets all day, but until you hear the testimonies, you don't really feel it the way that we know it's working.
So thank you for your patience this afternoon. We look forward to coming back next week to walk folks through unobligated funds where we know contracts are. We are working on every single contract that is moving, so giving you that granular detail to give you the assurance that this money will be obligated. If you have questions, a lot of our department directors had to leave for a BPS meeting or other engagements. Please feel free to send those to us, and we're happy to answer those in the interim or next week. So thank you for your time. Point of personal privilege, love the new artwork here. I don't get a chance to come and testify that often, so well done.
Thank you so much. I do have one question that I promised I would ask publicly for my colleague and for capturing here today. Can the portal be up to date before we pass this out of committee, or do we have to wait until we finalize this and move forward? And this was asked by Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you for that question. We work with the comptroller's office on the numbers that come to the portal. I know that September will be updated. It was reflecting August. But in lieu of the portal providing the most up-to-date numbers, we will provide you and walk you through all of the numbers next week.
Okay, thank you. I think it's on. Can you hear me? I'm kind of brain fart because it's been so long. That was also part of my question. And I know, just for the record, I know a lot of times we've been talking about the portal, but I think, like you just mentioned, that it also is kind of in partnership of depending on what is signed, maybe from the comptroller's office to be able to update the portal. I think as much of that can be updated before we vote it out, I think will be helpful, one, for the public, and then also, to be honest, just that there's narrative that there's more money because we're going to be voting on a bill that is $8 million, but then the portal may not reflect that. So just to be able, I think, to clear up that with the public and constituents and folks that may have questions on actually what funds are going out would be helpful. Also just want to thank everybody who came out today. Like you said, I think it was important to really uplift the way how these ARPA funds have helped folks, government and federal government. Sometimes these things move slow and you don't really see the impact directly or quickly, but I think the stories that we heard today tell a story. And speaking of story, thank you, Chief of Staff JB, for a compliment on the artwork that I worked with one of my constituents, the 14th Ward, to make sure we bring a little bit more life in the chambers. There's also some in the leisure room at the Board of Aldermen, so hopefully we'll get to see you over there as well.
I just appreciate your detailed presentation. I think it'll be very helpful later on as we get questions. And I know obviously people always have a lot of questions about the money. This will be something that it's on public record. They can now go through and access and see specifically where the funds have went and what the outcomes have been. I also really appreciated the personal narratives. Many of them, like the Mobile Mental Health Van, the Office of Violence Prevention, many of them I've gotten to work with them in the 7th Ward and see them directly go to constituents. So I don't really have any questions, just thank you for the very thorough presentation, both the mayor's office and Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. So now we'll get all this information and be ready to come back next week. If you're watching and you have some additional questions, feel free to email them to your alderpersons, to us, to the HUD's committee, and we can make sure that we get them answered by next week. A week from today at our HUD's meeting at 11, we will do, if you thought this was a deep dive, I heard the deeper dive is coming next week. So we'll make sure we are ready. And thank you all. Thank you to Casey and Grace, the team and the work that they do and the way they always are responsive in answering questions. It doesn't go unnoticed. We appreciate you. We don't take it for granted. So thank you all for staying here for the duration and being ready and willing to respond. So with that, did you want to close? What else do we have? You want to close us out?
Do we have any announcements? Any written comment, clerk?
We have none.
Thank you. And do we have any resolutions for review?
We have none.
Any committee discussions?
We have none.
Excellent. Any announcements? You got any announcements, Alderman Aldridge?
We have none.
Okay. All members were present today. And
Alderman
so, oh, okay, sorry. We can move to excuse Alderman Cone.
So move.
Thank
Previous
you.
row.
Hearing no objections. And with that, we can move to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
Previous row.
No objections. We are adjourned.